No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisan's word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
no secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it now?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay.
When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to country, because many times you notice that
if Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small road, B road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
But listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisan's word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
no secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. with all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want bring political Benin in it now?
Oh, but you political, you're a political man, my man. Before you go out, you're very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay.
When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded Alphas, all men on board.
So this riot situation when it comes to country, because many times you notice that
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, that road, big road, all kind of the place. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminals they are running, they sophisticated, they are sophisticated criminals. So they can't make it.
Show on Troop 96.1. And my name is Myean Torgbean. I'm predecessor alongside Mr. Jerome Gayman, Mr. Nagbe. They are all here in studio to bring you the closing argument show. So hopefully, I'm trying to see how best I can bring them on any moment from now. So my name is Myean Torgbean. I do ask that you invite others to follow the show. If there's any single, if you're ready, I can bring you guys on. Okay, so let me see what I can bring Mr. Nagbe and Mr. Jerome Gayman. So Mr. Gayman, welcome. Are you hearing me? Mr. Gayman? Okay, how you doing? How you doing? Okay, that's good. That's good. So it's been a while. Your viewers, your followers have been asking why is it that Mr. Gayman is not on? It's been a while. So you are on tonight. Some of the viewers and followers would like to hear your voice once again. Welcome to people. Okay, that's good. That's good. So also being joined by Mr. Nagbe. Mr. Nagbe, welcome. So okay, that's good. That's good. So it is your first time here at UFM, right? Wow, that's good. That's good. So how been your stay in Liberia? That's good. So, Mr. Gayman, you are from Grand Bassa County. Since you came, have you visited the people of Bassa?
Yes, I've been to Bassa twice. In fact, yesterday we were in Grand Bassa County. And the day before, I was on a special assignment to with embassy staff to locate us World War II flight or victims of a flight that was shut down in Firestone, Marshall Territory at the time, where we had to go and find the graves of the South African contingent of men that were shut down, and we were able to locate the graves of those young men that died in 1941.
Wow, that's great. That's great. So most of the viewers and followers have been asking Mr. Gayman, I've been on for a while. Why is it going on? Is it Mr. Gayman in the back, or Mr. Gayman is paying attention to another group of people? Why is it Mr. Gayman have been away?
Well, usually annually, I take my family to a place, usually out of the country. This time we decided to come to Liberia, but I did have a special assignment. So my main here was restricted to some degree. Like tomorrow, the day after, we will be taking on the catalog of all the former dead presidents of the Republic of Liberia. So we will be going to be down at Grand Bassa County tomorrow, hopefully. We got information that we have the President Johnson was buried in Uganda. We heard that President Cheeseman was also buried in Anthony Mess. I'm doing quite a historic assignment for us to go with these experts from the embassy to actually identify all the heroes of Liberia, the founding fathers. And when the disappointment is the Republic of Liberia have not been good to our leaders. Most of these folks are buried where no one knows who they are. You have to clean the area. People have to tell you or show you where they are. It's terribly, 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 terrible. It's a terrible history. Hopefully, after this, hopefully the U.S. Embassy will or the Republic of Liberia that there has to be a better way to preserve the history of all things.
That's good. That's good, because there are a lot of things within our country, a lot of histories Liberians don't know about, but rather Americans send people into our country, study about history, and then they go back, put it into writing, and then send it back to our country. That's how people get to know some of the history of our country. But if you really check, not many Liberians would like to go deeper to know what exactly going on, because others will say it requires a lot of resources. Others will say it requires a lot of time, because within our country we do respect foreigners, we respect the white, because if American come from the States and then come to Liberia, that privilege you will have, or she will have in Liberia, as a Liberians or black person, you won't have that privilege, because other folks will say yes, the Americans, they are brave, they will be able to carry out the information, carry out the news. So we rather give them the opportunity. But our own Liberians, for them to be given the opportunity, that's the same thing we saw during the war. For you to just, even though people said that during the war you couldn't see soldiers killing journalists, but during the war you had a lot of white journalists behind the soldiers. They were not harmed, no saw anything like brutality or whatever. But our own black journalists, they were afraid to go after the soldier, to capture some of the news, to capture some of the event, because they were thinking that if I go behind my own Liberians or my own black man, if he sees my color and will say, "Oh, this man is my same man," so why can I do something to him? So because of that, the white people, the Americans, they are being given the opportunity to come and explore our country, getting more information, what have you. So, Mr. Nagbe, you are here. We are seeing Mr. Sylvester Pewee on. So, Mr. Pewee, welcome.
Thank you. You call him as that is CMC people you call him? Before go discuss, I thought they put a banner on the own party affiliation now. I'm getting intelligent that they will be given to focus basically on the CMC activities. They've been around, and Mr. Gayman on the other end, he's been giving this very palatable resection and care. When one call, he said, I got to, how do you call it? The call can go through collect call. By the way, good to be here this evening, and it's good to see both the two veterans, senior brothers, and well-respected individuals. It's good to see both of you, and it's good that both of you are in Liberia together. You know, when the progressive, when they are socializing, it can be very discreet, right? So, yeah, so it's good that both of you are actually back in the country trying to both engage into politics, engage into other family activities, and engage into friends and exploring new avenues to get the country running. But again, it's good to see, and I'm good to be back on the show.
It's good to see you. I was actually just thinking about, first of all, sending a shout out to our audience. Myean has been here for quite a little while. So what's up?
Myean, Mr. Namde, Mark is not that audible.
Okay, so yeah. Okay, yes.
Okay, how's it now?
It's much okay, but yeah, much okay. Not as Myean is sunny, and I don't know how.
Okay, yeah, so I'm going to work on it. You can just go ahead. I'll work on it. Okay.
All right. How's it now?
It's okay now, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I was going to say, hi to the audience, and yeah, we'll be busy. But I wanted to say that I believe nobody missed us more than the minister, Sylvester Pewee. And it's good to be looking at him in flesh and blood. And also Seleke Kromah. I believe he'll be joining us shortly from Kigali. But yes, indeed, we do miss you guys. We enjoy all the fun we have on set, and it's been good over here. Yes, we came back. We're also doing some work here, in spite of everything that Jerome is doing. Yeah.
I brought room for you people, and now you are keeping it.
Okay. It's good that you have it. Keep nursing it. I will find a way to crack it. But it's good to see you, Sylvester, and thanks for joining us. It's good to be here. But let me say hi to our audience as well. And share the show. We're here. We're doing some work here also for the CMC. That is quite correct. As a matter of fact, we had an executive meeting today at the party office. Just came to link up, with our local compatriots here, and kind of check up on them and see what they do and how we can all dovetail with what they do here and what we do over there, so that together we can reinforce and continue, to contribute our part to the movement. So it's good to be back.
Yeah, but before Mr. Gayman coming, I don't know if you guys will accept today, so we can talk a little bit. Because listen, we haven't heard from the CMC for some time. It's important. CMC been doing a very great job in the country. If we can talk about you guys stay in the country, the CMC thing and other things, you can tell us more. If you care, we can take some segment. I'm a whole period to just almost around 45 to 1 hour to discuss that. If you guys will actually be waiting for us to look into that, how you stay in the country and all those things, and the party activity, what's the party, and engage with currently and other things and other things. But Mr. Nambe, you can go ahead. Sorry, Mr. Gayman, you can go ahead. Myean, you got to work on something. It's slow.
Okay, yeah, just go ahead. I'm going to work on it now.
Are we here? Myean, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, Mr. Gayman, go ahead. Myean, we don't get any sound. What happening? From that from his mic.
Mr. Pewee, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So you.
So I will back up to you, Sylvester, but I also wanted to quickly give a shout out to Musa. Not that Musa or somebody, but Musa has been with the IDP graduates around. Also, Fumba. Fumba drives a lot of people that is in the southeast. I just wanted to also give a shout out to them and thank them for what they do. Of course, my wife is here with us. As you know, my wife is caught in the middle. She still serves as the vice president of the Union of Liberian Associations in the Americas, ULA. And so, because of that, she is not officially with us on the delegation, but she's here with me. She's my wife, and we are a team, and so we travel together. But she's in country with me as well.
That's good. That's good. Mr. Gayman?
Yes.
Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, the trip has been educational. For me, I'm playing dual role, one on the international and one on the national scene. And Liberia's history, I don't know, Mr. Nagbe, did you know that there was South African contingent that was shot down? These are things, I mean, I am in a delegation and they have the sophisticated equipment that pinpoints where the graves are, where these major events are held. And we are driving and they are telling us, turn left here, turn right here. These are total strangers. And while we were driving, there was a gentleman, an Irishman, that died here. He was a member of the Irish contingent that came in 2003, a month after the entering, he died from the river. And he's buried on the street in Firestone. It was the first grave that was on the edge of.
Maya, you can mute? Yeah, Mr. Gayman, sorry, feedback. Go ahead. Maya, you have to, because you muted and everything went blank again.
Irish contingent died 27 November 2003, right after he came, after the war. Yeah, that's quite recent. Yeah, he was one of those that came, peacekeepers. Can you imagine somebody dying for us?
Yeah.
Country coming here and a month after he arrived, he died.
Mr. Gayman, before you continue, but then I can recall a very young yet, and I think that was the time I got my first job. I don't know, because I witnessed that accident. If the accident I was around the Habeb before the airport, I curved before coming over to the Firestone checkpoint.
That's correct.
Yes, I witnessed that incident at the time. The accident, unfortunately, yeah, it was this tactical jeep that somersaulted before that curve, and he died in that accident. If that's the case, then yes, I saw that.
Yes, this is I don't know if you can see that's the pictures here. Yes, and it looks like it's on. Yeah, so I don't know if it was zooming. Yeah, it's zooming here. That is a young man came to the Republic of Liberia and died to make this country peaceful. So these are historical events. Most people didn't even know. They go by this grave, Red Firestone, and nobody knows what this is. You just think it's an ordinary grave until you identify that it is Sergeant Derek Mooney, and he's missionaries, those that came to Liberia to spread the gospel. Many started schools, universities, and they are here. And we also took advantage of the situation to look at the rubber processing, what it looks like in different forms. So we were able to visit to see how the processing of rubber from the tree, the diameters of the tree, the tapping, the latex, the coagulation of the latex. So these are
Okay. Yeah, so just leave it a little bit. You could set up on I think it's okay now. It's okay. Are you hearing? Yeah, with more. Okay. Yeah, so yeah. Yeah, you can come. Yeah, you can come in. Yeah, you okay. So, yeah, this guy wants to So Mr. Pewee, you can just take over as we take this short break from ours, and then you can just come a little bit.
Okay. Thank you, Myean. I think we've been facing some technical.
Yeah. So they are coming in the main studio here because I think
issue there with our microphone from one of the studios. But I think we're going to fix this very soon, and we have both Mr. Gayman and that of Mr. Nagbe, both of them currently visiting the Republic of Liberia, and they're playing some dual capacity, both from the international side of things and that of Mr. Gayman said, and that of the national side of things and the family side of things also. So it's I don't know if I will call it dual or tripartite role, if you will. But most importantly, they're both in the country and trying to work along other things moving forward. I think I can vividly recall what Mr. Gayman was talking about the Irish contingent at the time deployed in the Firestone area, and they were very strategic. They were one of those group of soldiers deployed as part of the army at the time to bring peace when they came to the country. They were because there was a tactical contingent, meaning the force that would go and do an entire operation. Then I was deployed around the Cement Notice, Jobrostown area where I worked with Myean as the assistant politician at the time. So I saw that accident, and then I can recall that day was a very sad day. When that very young soldier, a very brave soldier, came to help our country bring peace, lost his life that fateful day in Nagbe County Firestone. So, and it wasn't.
Mr. Pewee, it's okay now. It's okay.
Okay, good. Mr. Gayman and Mr. Nagbe, I mean, we've been having some issue. You guys were not really audible due to some technical problem. And I'm told the signal there was not good, but I think we're getting some good signal now. We're getting some very good signal. So I will give both of you the time. Yeah, both of you the time again to go back. So, Mr. We'll start this time around. We'll start with you, Mr. Are you getting me?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Can you?
Yes.
Well,
yes.
you got something on. I don't have, but it's coming very low. But notwithstanding, I think you're asking if we can hear you. Jerome can. I can barely hear you, but you can go ahead.
And I can get you very loud. You're very loud from my end, and I get you very well. So what I was saying, I will give it back to you, Mr. Nagbe, because you were first coming. I think many of our followers didn't get you well, and I think those in radio land also didn't get you. So, Mr. Nagbe, we'll start with you quickly to just go and reiterate in summary as to what you were trying to say first, and then we'll move on to Mr. Gayman. Then he will also emphasize that Irish situation and part of the thing you guys are currently involved with in the country. Go ahead, Mr. Nagbe.
Mr. Nagbe, he wants you to obviously while we were out there,
yes,
he didn't get most of the things we were talking about.
Okay.
But yes, Mr. Nagbe is getting ready. Putting his mic on.
Go ahead, Mr. Gayman. Just start from where you ended on the Irish team, Mr. Gayman. Go ahead.
Yes, this is, it is a pity that folks are going to leave their countries to come to our nation to teach us history. We do not have, I don't know if we have a preservation society in the Republic that preserve historical sites or maintain our monuments to see that somebody who don't belong, never been to the country before, to come and pinpoint historical sites. One of the most disappointing things was when we got to the grave site of Joseph Jenkins Roberts, how the founding fathers' grave have been desecrated right in the middle of the Republic. It was disheartening. I didn't know that another president was buried right on Warren and the J.J. Power United Methodist Church, right behind the AME University there.
Yeah, Warren is Warren and Camp Johnson Road.
Somewhere there, that another president was buried there.
Yeah, right there after AME. Yeah.
I mean, these are things that those who are into public policy, those who are into government is not just about making laws. Government is not about power. It's about preserving our history. Like one of the gentlemen said, if they could treat the founding fathers of this country this way, just imagine what will happen to a common representative, a common senator, that the founding fathers that made this place possible. We are walking on their faces and no one cares. We also went to fetch the historical grave of one of the founding members of the Declaration of Independence, or Elijah Johnson. According to the GPS global positioning, that Elijah Johnson may have been buried in Kehleboe. So we drove around in Kehleboe for about an hour and couldn't find him. And we met with some historians, and some say he was buried on Providence Island. So we are talking about great men and women. No one knows where they were buried, why they were buried there,
who are the heirs in the Republic of Liberia. No one knows. So I am appealing to government officials, lawmakers. They have to look into this. Mr. Nagbe, I want you to chime in on this because this goes to maintenance. We build these beautiful buildings. Right. We build new roads, but there's nothing in the budget. There's no line item for maintenance. There's no line item for preservation. So here we are. The whole world has converged on Liberia to find out who are these men and women that made this country. They can never be found. No one knows where they are. Your take on that?
Yes. I think you're striking a chord here with preservation of our history, and maintaining, our infrastructure. I absolutely agree with you because we always look back to history, to guide us, and we must preserve these institutions if we must look back to them, to give us direction. And so, yes, museums, monuments, those are some of the things that we look to tell us, what happened in yesteryears. So I agree with you. I think what you uncovered, you did share some of the photos with me. So I have an idea of what you're talking about. And I think we need to appreciate our history. There's no better way to do that than to preserve it and make sure we maintain, our artifacts or our museums, so that even when we leave, our children, children's children, will be able to learn and appreciate, what we did, and the people who came before us, before them, their contribution to where we are today. So I absolutely agree with you. Yeah.
We are also going to fetch the grave of Bob Gray in Edina. Also, he was buried there. We also know that somewhere in either Upper Buchanan or Edina lies the greatest of all, Governor Thomas Buchanan. We have identified that grave on our GPS system, and we are going to also locate him. He's buried also near Joseph J. Chisholm, Bob Gray, and Stephen Allen Benson, and all of these folks. So we are also going to look at those graves. We may also go to Sao Boso. That's in Lofa County. I think, Pewee, you can educate us a little bit on that one. The chief himself, all the way in Lofa. I don't know where in Lofa that he was buried. But Pewee, if you have an idea.
I think he was buried somewhere in Bapuru because I think I don't know that then it was part of Lofa, but now it's Bapuru, so we need to find out if it was in the Bapuru area or somewhere between the Bapuru and the Bayamans, somewhere I'm told. But we have to. I'll get the rest of that information to you before the close of day today, of edit tomorrow morning, if you will. But on a serious note, these are, I think, a very powerful initiative taken to ensure that we give powerful men of our country, people that set the stage for the country to move forward, to actually be remembered and buried in dignity, if you will. And you're right, Mr. Gayman, that former president's cemetery around the Camp Johnson Road after the AME University there is sad. If you were to go and see it that does not. And policymakers, we have to, particularly state actors, we have to take the lead. And let me commend the current president that took the lead to give him some befitting burial. as the Nigerian people normally love to say it, giving befitting burial. And that's the kind of a thing we have to do, giving befitting burial to our leaders. If he started the initiative, we should commend him for them to extend it to all other chiefs, major history makers, if you will. All of those people. We don't even know where people like Baltimore and the rest of the folks were buried, all those things. We got great writers that reminded us of our writing history, the literature of our country, and all those things. And former president, all the things. Samuel Doe now being he was exhumed and reburied. We hope we do the same. Those areas that are already buried, we can reconstruct those cemetery and give it the kind of a befitting status they require, if you will. If not, exhume those from those cemetery and have a kind of a national area that you buried major historical important figure in the country, and that should be preserved, very well taken care of. Go ahead, Mr. Gayman.
Yes, and then we will head on to Bond County to see Madam Swakwo.
Yeah.
She was buried there, and we were able to pinpoint where she was buried. So these are things that I'm involved with here. I got several pictures.
Will you go over to Foya to see where Chief Tambatila also? I know that Chief Tambatila was given a very wonderful, befitting burial. I can recall 2010. I went to his grave, and his children did. So yeah, Chief Tambatila also is one of those that. If you have the time, you should go to Foya, Mr. Gayman.
Okay.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah.
But that is just a gist of the work that we are doing here.
Okay.
It is not just politics. It is also about the history.
Is that sponsored by the CMC? I want to bring
No. This is the U.S. Embassy a project.
Oh, okay.
So
Great.
That's taken over by the folks from the other side. But yes, it would be, now that I have learned something from this particular assignment, it would be something that I would like to recommend to the secretary.
Thank you.
Maybe our standard bearer or our political leader can.
Y'all pay me for you, because I suggested y'all pay me for that consultancy.
Well,
but anyway, honestly, you can see. I'm not calling him. I'm sorry. If the CMC were to take this initiative, it's a serious problem the country got down in terms of we abandon and we don't protect most of our heritage centers and other things. Those areas that we have to preserve for the purpose of remembrance and all those things, and legacy protection and building. We've neglected those responsibilities, and I think it's quite unfortunate. We all plan to do something and do something more importantly to protect this the history of our country, those behind making those history, if you will. If we abandon them, for instance, we just lost a couple of years ago the late Dr. Joseph Seguano. We no longer hear about him, Mr. Gayman. I will hope you push to, I don't know if they bury him in Nima or where, but listen, I sat with our old man almost every evening to pack up in Junction. There's an entertainment center, there was a regular area we sat. We would take him, normally used to love his large beer. And because when I sit there, when he's taking a lash, I would sit for my lash. And then we sit, we have conversation, I would take note. I mean, I learned a lot of things from him. And there was a time I even told him, why is the government not thinking? He said, my son, I don't know. He was a serious intellectual, a deep Liberian historian. He died today. There's nothing about him that we know. We needed to document some of these things about people and respect them, because they told the story of our country, and we should also protect their legacy. It's unfortunate. There should be something in every time in the country. We are not running a social club. We're running a government. And that's why one of them was he was saying that, hey, there will be a lot of things the CMC government will do, running a government to be prepared. That's why this powerful country pay money for all sorts of things. Going to the state, the county, other areas. They have a lot of other institutions here. The Center for this American Protection, the Center for this, they pump hundreds of millions of dollars in those areas. Liberia should at least keep small money to protect the legacy for some of our great people. On a serious note, Bacchus Matthew played a major role in enhancing the democratization process of our country. Why are we saying today about Baffa Matthew? What I mean, so go ahead, Mr. Nagbe, please.
No, I thank you very much. I'm getting a delay. Is everything okay? Yeah.
Yeah,
So, but first of all, I'd like to clarify that although I appreciate the mission that Jerome is on, but I have absolutely nothing to do with that. Notwithstanding, it has absolutely to do with me. Even though we're buddies, we do a lot of things together. But this is one thing that I'm not in. But I like to affirm here that I do support, the idea. I mean, that's how we preserve our history, right? And so, Lester, you make a good point. The likes of Gabriel Bacchus Matthews, Amos Claudius Sawyer, Wo Gabi Tapia, Samuel W. Saba. There are a lot of people who have actually done a lot to help us create a space that we're occupying today. And I think we can only learn about what they did and their contributions if we preserve, their deeds. And so, yes, I agree with Jerome. I think preservation here is key. We have to preserve our history and keep it alive. And therefore, yes, we must do everything we can, to keep accurate records to reflect the deeds of these people. We have to understand how we got where we are in order to appreciate where we are, and as we look, to the future. Absolutely.
And look, when you visit these sites and you see the reverence with which these professionals from around the world serve and take their work seriously. And one particular one that I would like to point out among many, it says Lieutenant R.L.B. Phillips, the South African Air Force 3rd Infantry Battalion, 1944, died at the age of 21. And under there it says, the Star of David rests here. That is a Jewish child, 21-year-old, laid down his life for Liberia. 21, can you imagine a 21-year-old baby leaving his home, the comfort of his home, and laying his life, the Star of David, on the soil in Firestone, shot down. There were 14, all died. 1944. This is history.
Yeah.
So we were able to pinpoint all of these things, but this is what the closing argument is all about. It's not about just politics and everything else. It's about education and preservation. This is what we are doing. Let me welcome the chief himself, Tomalin George. Welcome, Chief.
Good to see you, Big Boss. Big Boss is in Liberia, our ambassador to the embassy, the U.S. embassy there.
You see, they can blow my cover now.
Man, this guy is, the embassy is fully protecting that man. On a full protection of the embassy. You'll be careful of that dude. So that man, the embassy guy, right now where he is, the embassy got that satellite on him all. But Mr. Nagbe, also thank you, man. I saw you at the funeral. I appreciate it so much. Yeah, thank you so much. I got some pictures. Yeah, a lot of good
Thank
pictures.
you, Chief.
You took. I appreciate being at the funeral.
Thank you.
It was a solemn moment. I spent it with my sister, with her during the funeral. But Pewee, good to see you. The Dean of the Cabinet, good to see you too. But let me announce the Liberia National Police will be making their 4th appearance on the closing argument on Wednesday. Yes, the High Command of the Police will be here. It will be our official guest. And we'll be here taking questions concerning all the recent investigations and ongoing investigations. So we have the Liberian, after this show, we'll make the flyer. Liberian National Police will be, they choose our platform to come and talk to Liberian people. I appreciate them a whole lot. Reached out to us today and told us that will be on our platform Wednesday to come and engage the Liberian people. But again, before I end, I know Pewee and I were here on this platform talking about the case with Brian McGee. I spoke to him today. He was on his farm. He was cited. He and lawyer having a press conference tomorrow. And he said people that have been so again, the police will be here on Wednesday. So the other questions you need to ask you can ask them on Wednesday. But I'm happy that they came up with the conclusion, they were exonerated. And I only pray for the late child, the victim involved. I pray that whoever did such a thing to that victim should be apprehended and brought to justice. And as we said, now we are calling on the president now to give the man back his job. The man was removed from his job because of the accusation levied against him. I know people, I saw a lot of people were attacking us, but again, the evidence are there. The police went through it, and they found out that this man have nothing to do with what he was being accused of. So, but the investigation is still open, according to the Inspector General. It's still open. We look forward to find a conclusion of that investigation, because we cannot have such a thing in our society. Now, there's an allegation against on another gentleman. And all those I've talked to who know this man, they are saying that they don't believe what they are saying about him. So again, the police are on this case. Let's see what happens. But they will be here on Wednesday so we can engage them. But you guys are on a historical mission right now. I see. While I listen to you guys, that's good. At least I can bring some historical facts we know about our country. So it's good to be back, man. Pewee, how you been, man? I'm here for you for the last 72 hours. How you been?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm actually doing good. I know, so thank you for coming on, man. Good to see you again. But quickly, before we go back to this, we will continue with Mr. Gayman and Mr. Nagbe to discuss some of the historical issue and part of their trip back home in the country. Probably during the second half of this, almost the second quarter, if I want to put it that way, we may go into this. We intended to discuss part of it today, and also discuss the other case about the sodomization of another 15-year-old boy, allegedly. Again, we saw some people marching out today in court and in and out. So we're going to try to get the story and discuss it here. But it's important also we discuss part of the history of the country. So we'll take more time with both Mr. Gayman and Mr. Nagbe, both executive of the CMC, to also discuss this issue, and they've been with their political leader in the country having some serious tete-a-tete relative to national concerns and issues that we move to catapult and elevate the country. So, Mr. Gayman, I'm back to you on that. We were discussing something. I don't want to. We shouldn't distract you from this political thing for now. We want to go back to that intentionally to hear more again from some of the things you're saying. So we'll take the few time for you to discuss, then maybe we can move on to other thing. But go ahead again, please.
Yes, I'm appealing to the Secretary General here. Beyond politics, we need to take interest in other areas that the population may find to be dull. But those are the things that set us apart from everybody else. The preservation of our society, when you look at the United Nations notable sites around the world, I don't think there's anything in Liberia. I stand to be corrected. There is no historical United Nations sites in the Republic. So maybe we need to bring to their attention that,
and we are founding member of the United Nations.
That's correct. So we want to let them know that the founding fathers of this country, and of all the graves that we are looking at, we never found any graves of any of the great women in our history. The lady Susanna Louise, Matilda Newport,
yes.
all of these great women that made this country great. What's about the first female United Nations Secretary General? What her name?
Doris Banks.
Doris Banks.
Angie Brooks.
Angie Brooks Randall.
Yes.
Where was she buried? Where is A. Doris Banks Henry? Where was she buried? So I mean, Liberia has the true definition of bury. That means they put you on the ground and they forget about you are buried. In the real world, that is not how it works. If you have served your country and you have paid your dues, history should reflect that here lies a great man or a great woman. And since our forebears have not been able to do that, it is incumbent upon the Pewees and the Nambes and the judges of the world and myself to bring this to the forefront. And we shouldn't just be advocates of politics. We should also be advocates of history, advocates of preservation. When we are no longer here, I want my great-great-grandchildren to know who I was, and they want to know who Pewee was, your contribution to your nation, and why should someone emulate what you have done and continue to do something they call pay it forward. How are we paying it forward? How do we pay our men and women that have served us, gave up their entire lives to serve this country? What do we owe them in death? These are the questions that we'll be answering. Mr. Nami, go ahead.
Yes, but I'd like to quickly, before I come back to that, go back to the funeral that Tomalin mentioned, and deepest sympathies to him and the family as well. When we got in the country, the chairman of the CMC invited us to join the party and attend a funeral in Buchanan on that Saturday. And so I totally lost track of the preparations for the removal of Hector. He was married to Tomalin's sister, but he was also a cousin of mine. And so my wife reminded me and said, look, you have a family, familiar duty here that you must perform. And so because we missed the planning stages of the funeral, we couldn't pay tribute there. But notwithstanding, we're glad that we did go. We met with the family, and we all reminisce on the person who Hector Weah was. So I like to say again, deepest sympathies to the family, and may his soul continue to rest in power. But in the spirit of the consultation that we're talking about, I still consult with my UPP colleagues. So I was able to meet, my friend Edward T. Farley. We had a good conversation. I talked to my friend V. Simosketka. Yesterday, I met with a veteran ambassador who is now the doyen of the UPP nation, Blama Nelson, formerly ambassador to Japan for the Republic of Liberia. He's in country. I met him and his beautiful wife, Liz Boyne Nelson. So Liz and Blama and my wife, we had a very wonderful discussion yesterday. Basically discussing, what's happening in our country, all the things that we champion, what has happened to most of our aspirations and where the country is and how we can still contribute to move the country forward. I also had the opportunity of sitting with Deacon Carlo yesterday, my wife and I as well. We had a very good conversation with him and now with his brother, Sine Carlo, the lawyer now. Yeah, so our consultation is still continuing. Basically, we're just talking to a cross section of Liberians, our friends, even members in the opposition. I met a young fellow, UP activist, and we had a very good conversation. And he had some very poignant issues that he put on the table. His expectation and where things are. And so I think there's a lot of work to be done. This government, obviously, is still trying to find its way, but we're here in country, uh, again consulting and talking to our people and observing, and we're talking to people who we think could also be of influence to the decisions that impact the country. And so we're here to continue our consultation.
One of the things that one of the privileges that we had Friday was we were invited at the University of Liberia to be a panelist to help steer student debate at the University of Liberia on educational issues. And I want to thank Dr. Josephus M. Gray for the invite to come and become a panelist to listen to the bright minds of Liberia, our future leaders. And the topic of discussion was, should education in the Republic of Liberia be totally free? And there were two groups of students from the University of Liberia, pros and cons of education being totally free in the Republic of Liberia. And we observed the debate. It was a tough debate for those of us that love the ideas of free education, and then those who oppose. One of the things that everybody had issue with was the funding. Everybody wants free education, but how do you fund it? Mr. Nagbe, your take on that?
Absolutely. And yes, thanks to Dr. Josephus Gray. I think he's the dean of the MSc Soil School of Humanity at the University of Liberia. Yeah, he invited us, to witness this very lively debate. Two very, very, very articulate teams. Young brothers and sisters, and so they defended the issues. We thought very well. But the question that seemed to, bug the entire audience was, how do we pay for these services that everyone desires? The group, for instance, there was a pro, which was to make education free. That is a group that we were asked to coach during the break. And so, they had some good arguments, but, we had to remind them that the international community is beginning to fold because some of the arguments they were making were that government should pay, find a way to pay for free education, and also look to our international partners, and so we thought to remind them as young brothers and sisters and future leaders of the country to begin to think of solutions, that will be locally generated and funded. And because we think by the time they come around, most of our international partners are likely not going to be around. I mean, even as we speak, the U.S. is pulling out of several, international bodies. We know USAID folded. We know Sur Relief folded from Liberia. And so we think we haven't seen the loss of the international bodies that will be folding. And this is not only about Liberia, but, institutions around the world are beginning to look inward. And so we try to admonish them to take note of this and begin to encourage the crafting of solutions, that will be homegrown and wholly financed, by our own resources. And so I think the guide the point, which they came back and made, that we need to judiciously manage our resources so that we'll begin to actually become self-supported and independent, and stop being dependent on international, so-called donors, because we know nothing is really free. No matter how much it is termed free, it really isn't free. Eventually, some price has to be paid. But if it is something that we ourselves can pay for, absolutely, then we think, we can pay for it in the way that we want, without any strings attached. We thought the point was made. And so again, we're grateful to Dr. Gray for having afforded us the opportunity to come in and visit with the students at the University of Liberia Fendel campus. It was a pretty interesting experience. A kind of, should I say, not a rendezvous, but it's been a long time since we've been back in those parts. So it was pretty interesting that we were able to go back there and kind of reminisce with them. Some of those whose parents are still around, and some of the stuff they told them about the University of Liberia and the Fendel campus. And we also were able to see some of the sites, some of the stuff we still remember. Quickly, in 1989, when the war broke out, my current wife now, we lived at the red light. We walked from the red light to the Fendel campus, and then walked from the Fendel campus to 15 Gate and on to Dusai before we found our way to the Ivory Coast. And so, it was really like a deja vu, coming in the full circle. You'll kind of look around and see some of those very buildings are still there. Some of them almost look the same way they looked during the days of the Civil War when we passed through. But again, thanks to Dr. Gray and the students of the Amos Claudia Sawyer School of Humanity for the opportunity to come in and start with them. And oh, by the way, the lunch was pretty good. Thanks to the chef, the jollof, I believe it was. It was pretty good. And thanks for the opportunity again.
I'll pass it back to Pewee.
Yeah, were there no toboggan and fufu and soup? No, this is the fufu and soup because that is Caesar boys.
No, there were no fufu and soup. They wanted to keep it clean.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Briefly, we got that side. Mr. Nagbe want to say both Mr. Nagbe and Mr. Gayman, thank you for going back home, and actually Mr. Gayman also taking this kind of initiative with our foreign counterpart. And these are people, particularly the U.S. government, being a very wonderful and committed partner to Liberia ever since almost I can put it 200 years of partnership, if you will. And then they've done a tremendous job for the country. They are our major premier bilateral partner, if you will. And want to say thank you. But before that, I would love to ask both of you in terms of the political side of things. How is the CMC and the CMC political leader? And if you guys can take at least 2 minutes of the time, or if not, both of you would take 10 minutes, or even if you want to add a little bit to that, to discuss your time back home in the country and your also vision vis-a-vis what the CMC doing, the political leader engagement. I will start with you, Mr. Nagbe.
Well, thank you very much. Obviously, we are here to check out.
Before you continue, we're hearing that the CMC morale is reducing. Is that true? We're not hearing too much of you to be around. What's happening? I don't know if yes.
Well,
the visibility,
I'm seeing and hearing otherwise.
The visibility, the visibility and the publicity is dwindling. So can you? So can you comment, please?
Well, yeah. What I've seen is a group of people who are really buckling down and getting ready to do some very serious work. Obviously, Jerome has been a little busy, so he hasn't met the political leader. But I got in town. My wife and I we got in town on Saturday, and he came over on Sunday. We had a very lengthy conversation, and he kind of updated us on what is happening, his job in the legislature, the speaker situation, his district in Nimba, and the CMC's work globally, And so to begin with the speaker situation, he believes, and this is the CMC's position, as much as we didn't support the coming into being of the speaker only because of the manner in which he was brought into office. Yeah, we still also don't support any attempt to remove him extrajudicially. This is a fight we have no stake in. We think the UP people, if they are getting any buyer's remorse, we leave it to them, whatever they want to do. But again, there is remedy available to all of us on the manner and form in which, to tackle the speaker situation. And that is the CMC's position. They made that very clear to us. It's not going to get involved in any fight over removing or retaining a speaker. We think it spells too much instability, and too much going on at the legislature. There is a lot of work to be done than to just keep, removing a speaker every 6 months or so. So, as to
But
the
is
consultation,
that an actual because it's been speculated from you on the ground, from your observation, both of you, and Mr. Gayman to come on this one also, as I've said that, it's just because we've been hearing the speculations. It's just any realistic plan to dethrone the speaker and the deputy. Is that realistic?
Well, I don't know as to whether to specifically replace him with his deputy, but I know a lot of people have indicated to us that this speaker seems to have lost credibility to continue to serve as the speaker. Some of the UP insiders have indicated that much to us, and so now as to whether they're going to turn it over to Speaker Fala, that I don't know. I cannot confirm, but I know that there are murmurings, there are complaints, and there's agitation going on to have him removed. I mean, I think that's a fact. Yes.
Okay.
But as to the CMC's position, again, it is what I iterated. We have no fish to fry in this fight.
Mr. Gayman?
Well, I've been in the field for a while. I have not been following the politics on the ground, but I think we'll stop in a few places, and what I'm hearing is quite encouraging. I think one of the people didn't know who CMC was, but they said it's a development party. When you say CMC, right, they literally say that it's development people. So if the CMC, if the folks, the media, the public relations, the salespeople, if the Irish person out there differentiates you from 41 other parties by being the developmental party or the development party, that is a good thing. We didn't hear anything else about political strife and the political struggle. The CMC, what I liked about what I saw today was their concentration on what they do best, what sets us apart from everybody else. And as you were going around talking to regular folks, hopefully they will be able to put the name, the development, to the name of CMC, but all they are asking you will be, the development people. So, if they are listening and they are paying close attention to the folks, these are the kind of news that you will want to hear from the ground up, where folks are referring to you as actually doer, somebody who can make things happen.
Right.
And I spoke to the political chair, the leader when I came. We spoke for about 20 minutes, and we went over some strategies and other things. And he is focused to be the best he can be. This risk, and we have to acknowledge this. This is uncharted territory where you are making a lot of investment. For those of us who come from a managerial background, we like things called the best practice, something that have happened somewhere before that have succeeded. This man is taking a leap of faith to say, this is what I'm going to do. Because basically, he's a humanist, but he trusts in the people, in human beings, that if you do well for them, if you do good by the folks, they will reciprocate. That is his political mindset. And for that, I want to thank him, congratulate him in taking that, because it has always been, give me power, and when I get the power, I will come back and do for you all of these things, as evidenced by previous politicians all over the country. So this is something new. It's on uncharted territory, but it is a good one. It's a good first step. And I think the reception that I'm getting from the folks in the market and other places referring to his organization as the Development Party. So to me, a party that's 9 months, 10 months.
Yeah.
March 25th, they're going to be a year. So they are basically 9 months into the thing, and they have made a lot of they have made a lot of waves. And I think it's now time for us to put a policy piece to present. Hopefully, by the first or the second year, we want to have a clear policy prescription that the folks can scrutinize. We don't want to go to elections and they be asking, what is this and what you going to do for me? So that is the trend, and this is where they are going. I know the Sam Jackson group, they are working on one. The public relations folks, they are working on theirs, and we are here working on what we have to work on. And whatever data we collect will be channeled to them, and then they can transcribe that into public policy.
Okay, good. But and then update on when the party will be going to convention. I think those leaders that we already got in place for the party, what we're hearing, because democracy is important. If we can be behind the same, pushing for the democratization of the state itself, the structure, the rule of law should be respected, and all of things. Is the party open to accountability in terms of democracy? When are you going to your first national convention, where everything will be democratically done in terms of getting the political leader, getting chairman of the party, and all other organs be filled democratically? When are we hearing that? We ever since we heard the political leader came and they name other people, if you will, but when are we officially going to kind of a convention of the party? The fact that it's the newest or one of the newest party on the block, when are you going to do that? So you send the signals to others that, hey, this party is not a one-man party, it's an institution. Instead of individually ran or individual running this, we are an institution that do go by the rules or the Magna Carta of the party. When are we hearing that song?
Well, and that was one of the things that I raised in the UK, and everybody else raised that as well. But going to national convention means that all the organs of the political party have to be established. We talk about the 15 counties. I think they have 80 districts or X amount of districts that needs to be covered. So those of us that were appointed were given the mandate to make sure that the organs are established and functional, because you just don't go to convention. You got representatives from different states, different counties, and different districts coming to the convention to nominate and vote for the candidate of their choices. So it is incumbent upon us who are the pioneers of the appointed leadership to make sure that this is strong. In fact, when we went to the meeting, you saw people coming in at different times.
Of course.
And the female general says, "Gentlemen, we are sorry. We didn't meet with you because we were told that we have to be in the field.
Right.
And then we have to bring our field notes." These are something new that I have never seen, and I think you can speak to that.
Absolutely. And, you know, Sylvester himself, he alluded to that in his question. We're one of the youngest parties around. We do have a political leader. He was elected at the founding convention of the party. And this is the organizing committee. You go to convention, you know, we should have established organs in out of the 15.
One would say that's the organizing
Or-
committee. They do have
or-
limits. You're going almost a year now. When are you going to? March, we're going to make almost a year since you got these people into place. When are you officially going to, you know, do something in terms of the structure of the party? That's what I'm saying.
So we have to get organized and make sure we have all the 73 electoral districts up and running. I mean, if you notice, we're still making appointments. So the party is still being formulated. We're not in a hurry for that.
So in
I
year
mean,
two, you will still be making an appointment year 2?
No, I'm telling you, the appointments are being made.
But
Tim Collins just got an appointment.
Just working in his third year,
And-
he's still making an appointment.
Thank you very much.
Now you see, and you see, and I was very mindful, and I smelled this reaction. That's why I said you're trying to, because you criticize this. So because Burger is
But Joseph Burger party been around for what, 30, 40 years?
Exactly.
They've been around for 40 years. Or
But,
how long? How
but
old
the
is
Unity Party,
Unity
no, the Unity Party went to conventions. They elected all of
I understand this. They went to convention. How old is the Unity Party?
The Unity Party should be more than 40 years old.
Okay, and 40 years with all the experience, they are still appointed in the third year, and we are in our 10th month.
And
So
that's why
yeah.
you keep, and that's why you came to change that mantra.
That's why we are changing. That's
Okay.
why we are saying that.
But you cannot be changing it when you follow suit. When you're trying to.
No, we are not following suit. We just told you that.
Of what they're doing.
We just told you that formation is ongoing and it has to cover all 73 districts in all 15 counties before they come to convention. Okay. So, like he says, it is not about going to convention. It's going to convention the right way that the people need to be represented.
Absolutely.
We are not going to convention because we want to have a convention to say yes, we have done this. But after the convention is done, can you sit back and scrutinize and say, you know what, these guys may have done this slowly, but they did it the right way, and this is what we are trying to do. And
just
I
that, the election law do limit, do have time in terms of when you can have your convention after the preparatory process.
The preparations are always going to go on, but I wanted to make the point that the fact that we haven't gone to convention has not stood in the way of the CMC doing the work that it is supposed to do as a viable opposition. I mean, we're outspoken on practically any issue that we believe this government has gone wrong on. And whenever they do the right thing, we'll also commend them. But we're doing our projects. And so we're forging ahead as a robust and a viable opposition. And I think even if we went to convention today, I think we're going to continue in the same fashion. We haven't stopped. So yes, we'll go to convention. But this government, the difference is that this is a rescue government. And I keep reminding us, when you come to rescue, there is an emergency. You are implying that there's an emergency, and you're here to rescue the people from that emergency. And it's not the same thing as establishing a political party. Although we haven't gone to convention, notwithstanding, we're doing those things that a viable opposition is supposed to do. And you can't fall under that. If you look around today, right now we're the most outspoken on any issue. You point to any issue and tell me which other party has spoken about it more than we have. And that's what we're doing.
Good. And one of the things that one of the leaders, I think what Mrs. Bayside said, about the political dynamics as it is in the republic. She says, those of us that have been around for a while know how this thing's supposed to work,
Right.
but we have not been able to put it all together. Now that we have found the right organization, the right institution, we are going to make sure that this thing, it is not, it does not become competition, because Unity Party does something, the CDC is breaking ground for headquarters, and we
Right.
rushing also to break ground. No, that's not how it works. That's not how we want it. So it has been carefully thought of, and you, as and, an opinionated person, someone who drives public opinion, you may be one of those that will be sitting in the forefront to come and see for yourself. What is it? How they did it? Who did it? When it happened? And those are the things those are the boxes that need to be checked. And those of us that have been around for a while will make sure that those boxes are checked, that we are not just going to compete because somebody's having a convention. But yes, convention is where it is great for the minds, it's great for the nation. And when we do it, it's going to be Republican style. It's going to be grand. It's going to be open. It's going to be a spectacle in excellence. And it's going to be open to the public. The media is going to be our partner. And we will, you're going to see excellence on display, something you have never seen in your lifetime. I know you've been around politics for a while, but this is going to be a textbook affairs.
And remember, we're telling you about the consultations that are going on. These are some of the things we are consulting about. I named you some of the colleagues that we hung with in time past that we are consulting in terms of how to um, uh, advise government where necessary and kind of call them out where necessary as well. Because opposition is not necessarily always engaging combatively with the government. We don't think that is what an opposition is about. Basically, the objective is to do good by our people. And so our job is to point out to the government we think some of the pitfalls that could end or harming our people. And so that's what the consultation we're getting on about. Uh, Going to convention too, how do you begin to plan a very successful convention? And we're also consulting with individuals and institutions that have had the experience at such thing. And again, at such time when we're ready, we will announce to the nation and the world that we are setting up a convention at such a pleasant time, and we'll go ahead and have it.
Good, good. But both of you are currently in the country. I don't think. What's the state of affairs of the country in terms of the living condition of the folks, in terms of the way you see? I want to believe you're taking some time off to talk to some family members or some friends, where you're sitting having a bottle of beer or a bottle of water or so, and what are they saying happen in terms of tuition and fees, in terms of if salary is regular, all those things, or is good, or is being increased. What is this? What is the state of affairs currently vis-a-vis relative to the macroeconomics?
Well, let me to be to be to be to be honest with you. Obviously, we are opposition, but we also have to be honest. Um, the country is in a dire strait. The economy is terrible. Everybody has turned a beggar, from the street peddlers to the hotels to the restaurant to the Irish person. You can see the destitution. Um, folks complain about salaries being underpaid and then not being paid. One of the things that I just couldn't grasp was why would a government don't pay its employees for a major holiday like Christmas and New Year? This is a holiday that you prepare for in 12 months. This is January. We know that Christmas is coming in 12 months. How could a government drop the ball? That I still cannot grasp. On the flip side, I drove around the city for the holiday. It was clean to a great degree, so we have to give it to them. Um, I also drove around the city, and the police is doing an excellent job controlling the traffic, the movement of people. I see them very visible. I see them with these little bikes. They're everywhere. Basically, they have been able to manage the so-called third lane. It is not as bad as it used to be. So those are some of the good things that I have seen. Uh, but then as we were coming back again after a week or two after the holidays, we went to Central Street and the garbage had piled up again in 2 weeks. So what this tells us is, as much as they are doing this, waste management is an everyday thing. It doesn't go away. But part of the city has been very clean. As I'm driving from Mama Point all the way around, this is really, really clean. And they have people sweeping. I wish they had mechanized street sweepers. But for people to manually sweep a city as huge as Monrovia, it is unrealistic. But I saw the city over the holiday, they did an excellent job keeping the dirt off the streets. The police is doing an excellent job. I didn't see any events where most of the things that we saw before the holidays, I didn't see any of that. Traffic used to be sometimes an hour to go from Ala Lagoon to downtown Monrovia. They have been able to do some nice public service announcement where the Congotown backway turns to a one-way street going out of the city, and then the main boulevard to a one-way street. So they have been able to mitigate that part. I think that was very smart, and it making it much easier for travel. So those are some of the things. But when it comes to the economy is bad. Everybody, everywhere you go, to the point where most people don't want to even go in the streets. I mean, if you go to the restaurant, yes, people who serve you deserve 10, 15, 20% tip, so it comes to the territory. But the average person walking in the streets, uh, things are so bad that, I mean, we park our car, and when we came, a gentleman approached the car and said, you got something for me? Why? So at least I was standing here, uh, keep an eye on your car. Then when we come to your house, there was I think a detour, a checkpoint, a detour. No police, but regular citizens were minding the police checkpoint, and they were opening for you and say, can you give me something? So it's an informal toll. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, we think the hardship is still really present. I mean, you can see the suffering, the faces of the people, and as Jerome is indicating, you can see and feel the expectation. People are looking at you with expectation almost everywhere you go. Like you're saying, you go to the restaurant, you go to the supermarket, you walk in the streets. I mean, people just accost you, and they tell you, they don't have it. They don't know how they're gonna make it. And so the hardship is here. We also understand that some of the people didn't get paid for the holidays. But the information seems to be that some of the higher ups managed to have gotten paid, and apparently some of the people on the lower side of the totem pole didn't get paid. I don't know. I know this was confirmed to me by a higher up UP operative. He did regret that, but he believed it did happen, and he intends to bring that up at the senior meeting. But yeah, there is so much hardship in the air, man. You know what I mean? Everywhere you to go. The truth is, the rate is down. I think the rate is around 180, 184. Gasoline price seems to have come down. I think you can get a gallon for around 740 being the upper limit to maybe 630 being the lower limit, you know. But I had a conversation with a guy who was in the gasoline business. He has ever since given up. He told my wife and I that um, the price is unrealistic. The government is controlling the price, you know, adjusting it upwards or downward uh, without any reference to the importers, and that he just felt he couldn't keep up, and so he abandoned the market. He told us that besides trying to get your products out, you have to compete uh, with the young folks on the sidewalk with the cans and the bottles. Nobody understands how and where they get the gasoline, but they manage to offer it cheaper than what they have at the station. So you know that is a problem. But you know people are getting around. I can tell you, I was in town Christmas Day before I got out to go in the region. Uh, Christmas is one of the quietest days I spent in the country. I expected people to be out, you know, dressing as in their best and having a good time. But we drove from, you know, Sincar area to the airport, you know, without any traffic at all, you know, because we're worried that traffic might hold us up and we'll miss our flight. But no, we got in way ahead of time. So I think many people did not have a good Christmas, you know, and so I don't know yet how much effort is being made to pay these people, whether they have been paid now or now. But yes, there were people who confirmed to us that they weren't paid, you know, during the holidays. So that's that. And then there's all this confusion between the executive and the legislature. We already talked about the speaker saga, how that is impacting work at the Capitol building. Then there's the whole question of this port decentralization, you know, process. Um, what the president vetoed the earlier bill for, sending it back to the legislature with the expectation of corrections being made. Apparently, that did not happen. Apparently, the legislature is going ahead, in spite of the president's veto, to go ahead and pass the bill. Again, UP insiders are telling us that the president is not going to sign that bill. Apparently, we're headed for a stalemate. How that's going to be resolved and how that will impact governance in this country, that's something we also have to watch and see.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, go ahead.
We've been going around to a few of the different restaurants. We've been going around visiting businesses, patronizing businesses. And today, I mean, we were at one of the premier businesses and the power kept flickering.
Yeah.
And we have spoken to people in the energy sector, what is going on. And obviously they say, well, we have had stable electricity for a while. That was because we had the dam it had enough water, but as we move into February, late January, February, when the water level drops, we are going back to the status quo of electricity on and off. So those were some of the things, because I was shocked in the middle of our dinner.
But Mr. Gayman, it's still unfortunately for them or us, it's still raining in Liberia. It's still raining heavily.
Yeah, it's still rainy. And how many times did they would lose light during the dinner time?
We were there for I think about an hour. We must have experienced I think 3 outages or so.
So if it's happening now while it is rainy, just imagine, according to them, because I guess it's global warming, the weather cannot be now predicted. As it get warmer in February, March, April, May, it will get really, really bad with the electricity. We also learned that we have fallen way behind our payment of our utility bill to the Ivory Coast.
LSG.
And that too is going to be another thing that we'll have to deal with. So there's a lot going on, but the one that is striking is when you are in a group of a delegation with foreigners, and you being the only Liberians in there, and then to every step they make, somebody's begging for something. It is embarrassing, but that's the situation we are in. Like I said, as soon as you open your gate, outdoor, somebody is there asking you for something, like they are entitled to it. Not necessarily that they're entitled to it, but I don't think a grown man who has a family will come up to someone like you and myself, or another man, to say, come on, can you, help me with something? So the person has to be ready to die or desperate to do that.
Absolutely.
So this is what we are going through.
To abandon all semblance of self-dignity. Come out to you and say, my man, it's rough. Yeah, and we're seeing that a lot. Yeah.
And when we went to what was the name of the restaurant? Fusion.
The one at this sports complex?
No, the one we just went to.
Fusion. Yeah, Fusion.
We went to Fusion. Great chicken wings, great food, and I mean that. Is it
great
free?
Pepper color.
Yeah, great pepper.
They didn't pay to advertise it, right?
But I think Tila, you will have to pay some money.
Yes, I forgot that. So Tila, you will be listening. Come on, drop something out there for a package. But yes, then when you go to these places, you have like the night before, I was on Mama Point and we were watching the African Cup of Nations.
Please don't talk about it. Eagles.
Yeah, no, I didn't talk. We'll talk about it.
No, but the eagle out of the playoff, right?
It's all right.
I know.
It's all right. But the Ivory Coast.
They broke the wings of the Eagles.
The Eagles are out.
Yeah, we're talking about the African Cup of Nations, and Ivory Coast and Egypt was playing, and as soon as we got in there, it looks like we had 3 servers to one table, because everybody wanted the gratuity. They got to know that when we come in, we usually tip very well. So my table had 3 servers. We have one person that I know was the lead server, but these people just kept cycling on the table because they knew that those of us who are accustomed to the 20-25% gratuity would leave that. And usually when I'm leaving my gratuity, I leave it in US dollars, right? Because you want to do good. It's a holiday. People want to do this. So everybody comes around. That's how tough it is. But besides, with all that, they are still surviving. People are going about their businesses. They're trying to maintain their families. People have not noticed any violence. Have not noticed anything out of the ordinary. Then people were just trying to survive.
Absolutely, yeah. I didn't notice violence. I think it was Kamara. Normally used to be out sometime 10, 11, 12 sometime. Well, we used to be out sometime. We normally spend most of our time to Cadiz restaurant on the complex there. Yeah, normally we the way we normally went for lunch and other things. Sometimes we do somewhere on the boulevard, and the rest of that. But yeah, it's a good thing to be back home, and that was part of my observation also, folks. In terms of the economic issue on the ground is tough. Everybody basically will want something for somebody. If you went into a community, most of the young people, they will even greet you by saying, "Bro, I know how the day will start." If you are to listen to that, it's troubling. They don't know how the day will start, and they're sincere about that. They're not saying it because they just want to say it to you. If you can help, yes, you will help. But if you cannot, then that's it. But at the time, when some of us interact with them, they know very well that if they're to interact with me in an ongoing moment or so, they know very well the day will start. That's all. The group at the beginning they say, we didn't know how they're going to start, but we know now how the day start. Yeah, properly and other things. Yeah, so it's a growing concern that will have to be addressed and addressed. It will have to be tackled with boldness by the current administration. The fact that you came because they came on the mantra of rescue. If you came on the mantra of rescue, you have to put into place this bold policy that will move to attract investors and create more jobs opportunity for the young people or even for the older folks that are still strong to work to get some job done because they will increase the purchasing power of folks and that is done. People will move out proud even now there are people I can even afford getting shot of gin, King Juice. They rely on someone because everyone will have to have themselves entertained. We are it's not addicted, but we are connected to some sort of amusement and other things. How do we amuse ourselves in terms of our social lifestyle, all those things? We have to go here in the US, you go to sport bar, you go to some of those areas and sit and enjoy yourself, restaurant, other thing you eat, then you call for your wine, your gin, your beer, all kind of sort of things. What you really can enjoy drink. You see, you exchange pleasantry and other good social interactions, if you will. But back even those that are going into Lapabido, Kobo area, those makeshift Kindu shop and other thing entertainment area, these are folks that will go there just to get a shot of gin. A shot of gin, shot of king juice sometimes now they will say because of the rate, the current macroeconomic shot of king juice would be around maybe $20. It way back it would be $5, $10, but now it'll be 20, 25, maybe 50. No, $50 for a shot. Imagine. So you see the kind of line. Even those guys in the Hatay shop now. Normally you went to the Hatay shop, some of the Hatay shop of Hatay now, it will increase. It have exponentially increase, if you will. So if those things the country, that's the macroeconomic. If things are not stable, people are not there's no money to spend, it will be difficult. So it is incumbent upon this current administration, the incumbent leadership of the country to do that and lift the people out of poverty and lift the people out of that level of subjecting themselves to be destitute. It is incumbent upon them to do that. Other than that, we're going to be in this for a long haul. And I think that the Liberian people will make another determination. It's the same thing I was saying to them. So we are, if you harmonize my salary, I will harmonize your vote. I will hope now that these people promise to come and re-harmonize their salary back to the pre-WEA days, we are not saying that, unfortunately. And that harmonization thing came directly from the international partner that was unrealistic. Now the IMF is saying that the Unity Party current projection of this amount is totally unrealistic. I thought you guys saw it, right?
Yes.
The IMF report. They say it's unrealistic. Where are we headed? So see what problem. Welcome, Seleke. Welcome to the closing argument.
Yeah, what the two CMC people do in the studio together.
Okay. They welcome at ANC. You talking about ANC or you talking about
they want us in it together. They compete on the ground together.
What campaign? You campaigning? Is the election campaign going on?
I have no idea.
Of course, you're campaigning. You're campaigning.
We have not seen you saw coming anywhere?
Never even heard of it. On the whole trip?
Never heard anything
Oh. Yeah, but I do Mr. Gayman and Mr. Sanvee. Happy New Year to all of you.
Mr. Kromah, Happy New Year to you.
You're doing great, especially Mr. Gayman. He's making good use of his time in Liberia. Yeah, but good to be on the closing argument. It's been a while. Even me, since my school opened last week, I've been out of the show. But I just saw the two CMC people. I said, I'm in Joe quick and see what I mentioned to them.
You don't want CMC to steal your show.
Well, good to
Please,
be on
y'all
the
want to
show.
steal some of our thunder. But I spoke to your sister.
What
Will
do I
be
say in
going.
the studio? We're not getting y'all.
You're not getting us?
I think you guys are muted though.
So, Seleke, I don't know if you're hearing me, but quickly, let me mention
You are
here.
muted, Mr. Nagbe. We're not getting
First
you.
of all, I'd like to give a shout out to my friend Yanson Port, and the wife. They own Cadiz restaurant.
Hello?
We did stop by. The reception was very good.
Sylvester, you hear me?
I just started you. I just saw you laughing uncontrollably. And I couldn't listen to you. I was trying to.
You getting me?
I was welcoming you. Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
You getting me?
Yes.
But me, I'm not getting you though.
Mr. Nagbe, give me
I give myself to these
we can hear both of you.
Yeah, go out and come back.
Then you gotta go out and come back. That's right.
So, but anyway, while he's doing that, Sylvester, I was giving a shout out to the owners of Cadiz restaurant, Yanson and Cadiz Port. We did stop by. The food was very good. We had a good time there, and so we appreciate our time there. I stopped. Jerome hasn't come with me yet, but I stopped at Savi. They have done some remodeling of the place, and they've created a little bit more space. So the place is much more conducive. A little bit more spacious. So I just want to give a shout out to those two spots.
Absolutely, Mr. and Mr. Sport. Actually, they are not only enterprising Liberian business entrepreneur, but they are very hospitable people.
Yes.
Mr. Port, big brother figure that we interacted with first time. He's very cool-headed guy, very kind, and all of things, and very engaging. Right, he got a very good soft side. And the both of them deploy what I want to call the soft diplomacy. In business, the soft diplomacy is the way they use their connections, they use their business skills and other things. They bring other people on board and service to people. So actually, Sis Kali and her husband.
So I have also tell you, Sylvester, that I met Johnny. Jerome brought Johnny over, and very nice guy. And we hung out together, and I still do look forward to seeing him again before I leave. But Johnny came in. We didn't have to drive. He drove us around. We didn't have to buy gas. He didn't ask for nothing. So we had a great time with Johnny, and I just wanted to thank him for the opportunity to have met him and associated with him. And thanks to his family as well. All around nice guy. Absolute nice gentleman.
Yeah, we interacted with Johnny. He paid a visitation also to us. We met at Cadiz restaurant also there, but he didn't drive us around. But we interacted very well, and we were all very good with him. We interacted. We had some Guinness together, and we ate together also, and all those things. So but Johnny is a very cool big brother.
He's a cool guy.
I've known him for more than 2 decades now, but ever since then, I know him to be very level-headed and very respectful big brother. I don't think can focus on what he wants to do. As a student of the university campus, I saw him going through the rigor himself today, and he's up there with the Carter Center, contributing to the democracy of the country. He's cool and other great. So I hope you guys. But if Mr. Gayman will have some time, you have to take him to Complex to Cadiz restaurant so he can get the taste of the ginger tea that is good. They will also clear the cold. And may you.
Do you have cold?
I was there. I was there.
Clear the cool and may you very active and the rest of that, and they have all sort of very good things that you can take along. Yeah, Seleke, I saw you laughing uncontrollably, but I couldn't get you. what sounded, if anything, was a little comical or so. But what are you laughing about?
You getting me now?
Yeah, I can get you now. Yeah.
So I say the CMC man, the campaign in Liberia, even though 2029 stay far. the campaign in Liberia, they rushing, and Mr. Gayman say, you know, see Kumi say, I know that Kumi is looking for. Is that?
I want to give a shout out to
Is that your man?
that's Money Captain and his wife. They hosted me, and they were very, very, very kind. Beautiful couple. Beautiful. This is on their farm in Kingsburg. We had a great time with the family. It was beautiful. Tommy George, and he asked for Tommy. He asked for Ben Sanvee. He asked for the rest of the guys, and he wants to assure us that he watches the show. His wife says she watches me all the time. But he says the reason he wants to stay away from interview is that the town, the country is too politicized that anything you say is propagandized and twisted to somebody's liking. So he said that's why he have turned down most of the invitations to appear. He would love to appear on closing argument, but he does not want to politicize his appearance. He says that when he appears on the closing argument, he will want to be strictly professional. What is it he does, how he does it, how long he's been doing it, and anything else within professionalism. He does not want to talk politics. And he says, but when you're on these shows, you never know what will come at you and the way you answer. So those are some of the reasons. He said, tell the guys I have listened to you guys. I have received a couple of invitations to come on, but I didn't do it because we hate you or we don't like you. It's because the state affairs of the country as it is, everything is politics. You call your name, and if you spell your name the wrong way, it's political. You sound different, it's political. So the situation is making it difficult for us to have an honest conversation. So he just wanted me to pass that on, but he treated me well. Highly professional guy. Gave me one of his books. I'm going to purchase one on. It is like something like a textbook, but it's political professional commentary with intertwined with history, and he's quite a historian. Beautiful book. I'm going to bring one for us to peruse and look at his thinking. But he just wanted me to pass it on to the crew.
Fair enough. Quickly before I bring you in.
In Tanzania? Not Tanzania, but Ethiopia.
What's going on in Ethiopia?
No, I'm asking if Monica still work there because I heard that he used to work after his, I don't know, resignation or they get rid of him, they replace him rather. I heard that he was working in Ethiopia.
No, we don't have.
Yes, he was appointed, I think, CEO of Power Africa, and he's in Ethiopia, and he's also stationed in Zambia. So he's working in both of those countries. Yes.
Excellent. Excellent. It was good, Mr. Gayman, that you brought that out. And I've known Mr. Captain for a very long time. It was through my late father, Professor Pewee, with the NPP thing at the time. Listen, I expected just what you said, and that's why I've been trying to think about behind the scene as why he's not going to come on the show. He's a very, very careful person in terms of that, and he will behave. He's a trained and professional diplomat, right? So his maneuvering, his way of doing things will be a more diplomatic way, if you will. And now, as an international civil servant, you expect him to be very meticulous and balanced as to why he want to get into here politics. And this kind of a show, if you were to come on, people, and due to the polarization of our politics, as you stated, folks will want to pull him into something, and the caution, and he won't. So listen, so I think it make a lot of sense why he tried to stay. We will still respect him. He's one of the respected element we have in the country, well educated person, and all things. The rest of that, these are part of the reason why some of us came and study in that direction of think, because we start to copy and follow his kind of a professional life he lived, a very tender professional man, a diploma by accident, and a career professional administrator and the rest of that. So we all also really pay a very deep respect for his service to the country and all those things and other things. So it was a good thing that you enjoy some very great hospitality from he and his darling wife. There's a culture of respect and culture of giving to people who kind of a calm thing out of things. So, Mr. and Mrs. Scott Time, we just want to say thank you. And one of the reasons why I defended him on this show before, when one of the EDC, one of his deputies, they were giving information out about him, and I vouched for him that day and read it, fearlessly defended him because he's a very professional person. Seleke, welcome to the show. We've been talking about cross section of things politically, but today we actually focus on trying how we can protect the legacy of our history, preserving most of those areas that we want to take as a shrine to the country, protecting the legacy of those that contributed to the country, right? And our past leaders, for instance, past president and all of things. Hearing people like, we didn't call people like the late Professor Halaji G.V. Kumar. He played a very pivotal role into the country history in terms of moving to what unfolded and all those things. Where are they buried? Are we supposed to preserve the legacy of these people? As to put, will there be a time it will have national conversation to say we exhume the remains of most of those very powerful statesmen that were buried in different areas, that some of them, though it being engulfed with butchers and other things, how can we do it so that we have a national cemetery that will be well preserved, well taken care of, so that the legacy of these people can be built? So what's your thought on that? That's what we're looking at, and also looking at Mr. Gayman and Mr. Nagbe's visitation back to the country relative to their own engagement with the CMC, and that of Mr. Gayman's own personal work with the United States government to try to see some of those issues of protecting the legacy of most of our strong and powerful men and women that contributed to our country moving forward.
Look, I think that's an interesting topic, Sylvester. You know, honoring our past leaders, people who've contributed to what we're enjoying today. That's an interesting and very good conversation. But again, if you see our country today, I'm not sure we are going to get to that point where we can have a national conversation to kind of give flowers to our past leaders, those that have already gone or those that are still alive, due to the political climate we find ourselves in. And Mr. Gayman was just narrating what the former LEC CEO shared with him during his visitation, and he's right. Everybody now, whatever side you find yourself, we are so blinded by the side we take politically, and kind of try to make everything about politics, And so at this, maybe in the next, 7 years, 8 years, or 10 years to come, that event can be possible, or that conversation can be heard. But this current day Liberia is going to be hard, because at the end of the day, when you talk about, honoring Alaji Kromah, for example, there's going to be people who will tell you, look, he don't deserve to be honored. And when you talk about honoring former President Weah or former President Seleke, there's going to be people, because of political differences, that will come up again and give their own individual, perspective about that. And what the kind of reason they give most of the time, is all politics. And at the end of the day, I don't see this current day Liberia, we having a conversation, gathering somewhere to say, you know what, let's honor those that contributed to what we are today. Because at the end of the day, one person can't do all. Even President Barker today will play his part. In the next 6 years or 7 years to come, there's going to be another leader who will pick up from where he stopped. But we the country is so, toxic with politics to the extent that even you say morning or hello, afternoon, everybody kind of seems to be expert in everything. You want to talk about law, everybody's a lawyer in Liberia. You want to talk about health, everybody's a medical data. Everybody is an expert in legal, everybody is a lawyer. Everybody is just, and you can't know all. You have to identify your shortcoming, what you don't know, and you can't give an opinion in every conversation. And that's the problem we have in Liberia. Whenever something sparkles, whether sport, politics, social, whatever it is, you see everybody hanging out to it to talk. And at most, it will be 24 hours or 48 hours. Everybody, and we have this tendency of trying to bring each other down. Until we get rid of that, even Liberians that are outside of Liberia, we still don't get to work together. To see Liberians working together to unite for a cause, coming together to work to push one another for is very hard. So it's an interesting conversation, very very positive. If we ever look this country with everything they did here, we want that. The first thing they try to get rid of after that war, there is no tribe. Whether Houthi, Tutsi is not here. Everybody is a Rwanda. You don't even hear about it. You go for national document, they don't ask you what's your tribe. But Liberia, the first thing you go renew your passport or any other document you go for, they ask you for tribes. And people are discriminated because of the tribes that they call to these different public institutions. So that's the first thing. So it's a very good idea, Sylvester. But again, I'm not sure we are ready for that. This current day Liberia, because starting from the leaders to the common man, we all seems to kind of be protecting our interests. So it seems very very impossible. Regarding Mr. Gayman and Mr. Nambi's trip to Liberia, I think they've been doing well. I've not been following Mr. Nambi a lot, but I've been following most of Mr. Gayman engagement. He's been sharing some in the chat room and on his personal Facebook page. Other than the CMC activity, I think he's doing good, and I wish them well. All the best, all the best in Liberia there, Mr. Gayman and Mr. Nambe, and I hope you guys, y'all consider on coming to the ANC so we can fight for a better Liberia and convince the political leader. Yeah, but good. I wish I was there now. I know it was going to be very very exciting moment to meet with all of you in person, but unfortunately, but I know you'll make best use of your time there in Liberia. All the best on your stay. But I don't know, Sylvester, is this information true that the the House of Representatives they've gathered 48 signature to remove Rachel Kuhn? That news been circulating. And I'm told that they are even planning to boycott the president's State of the Nation address. And today the session at the Capitol building, they returned today, and this guy from Bon County, he was saying that most of the lawmakers are still standing with Rachel Kuhn, but from different credible journalists in Liberia, they are reporting that 48 lawmakers have got a signature, including people who were part of the majority bloc to remove Rachel Kuhn. I don't know if that information is true. If yes, it is, then the president will have to step in at this early stage because it might likely take another 6 months, 5 months into his third year mandate. And that would be a wasteful, period again for his administration. So I don't know if we can talk about that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, thank you. we've been hearing. One of the things we try to avoid, and I sent both. I've been getting most of those, getting some text messages today. I was even looking on, try talking to two of the lawmakers, but both of them support the speaker, if you will. It been downplayed by some in certain quarters and all this. That's why I'm even seeking the opinion of the both gentlemen in the studio there, Mr. Gayman and that of Mr. Nagbe. If they hope that we've been hearing these things, and I don't think they're saying, hey, there's plan to even boycott the State of the Nation week after this, I think going to be on the 26th or the 27th. Yes, soon coming up where the president will be addressing, giving the state of the legislative report to the legislature. That's what we hearing. But a lot of things that we do have a very it's a combative house already. The house is divided. That we know ever since the removal of the former speaker J. Fonati Kofa. There's this group of guys that were loyal to him at the time, and then the other guys on the other side. But ever since then, there's been this issue about prosecuting certain lawmakers, all those things. You see, if the country ought to move, and because of tension and crisis, sometimes we take a lot of things to settle peace, if you will. I thought the government should have not prosecuted that case and move on and push for reconciliation and move through the cracks of things, because the charges against these people, I think, I don't know if they were part of it, this makeup, you cannot directly link any of these honorable men to it, but prosecuting group of lawmakers again will set the basis to always have this level of animosity that is unfolding in certain camp and all those things. And we need a leadership to mitigate these things. The fight that is not done. So I don't know if they're going to succeed, if there's a plan. That I don't know. I don't know if it's 40. No, if you have that signature, it's done. To have that number, that means the speaker is out. So I don't think they got the number, but I believe sincerely, as some of the lawmakers that are even planning this, confiding in me that yes, there's plan to do it, but they're not sure if they will get the number for the 26th or the 27th, if you will, to stop or to obstruct the president the deliberation on that day to the legislature. So I wouldn't know. But Mr. Gayman, are you on the ground actually? The reason why we didn't want to highlight that because we didn't have some definitive information surrounding that that particular story. But you on the ground personally, I know you may have spoken to some of the lawmakers, if not from the Grand Bassa County, but in other areas that you are connected to also. What are you hearing actually in terms of the removal saga of the now speaker?
I have not been very keen on the political side of the event here. I have an appointment tomorrow to meet with the editor-in-chief of the Liberia investigator, Mr. Leonard Dudu. He's a very reliable source. He may educate me on what's going on in the House. I may call one or two of my own representatives from Grand Bassa County to feel them out. As you know, most of the folks from Grand Bassa County are now pro-regime. So Bethan Gafili came back into the country, I think, Friday. So I wasn't able to meet with him, but I'm going to actually call him to just kind of take his pulse and see what's happening in the country. But I think the person who may be in the right position to talk to us would be Leonard Dudu and a few of the editors on the ground, including our own Myean Torgbean. We need to gauge these young folks and actually see, with all due respect, I don't think they are beholden to any political party at this time. And I think they may be able to. Nagbe, have you heard anything on this part of the town?
No.
So yes, thank you for Mr. Pewee. Thank you very much for that assignment. We're going to look into it tomorrow and see what is happening, whether it is a legitimate claim or, as it was during the Fonati Kofa time, it's a group of guys that want to get paid significantly. Is this a strategy as to extract money from the leadership? Because we are talking about a lot of money that changed hands to remove Fonati Kofa. To have that repeated would be basically to have the country bankrupt.
And you think if there's such plan, where the money will come from?
Well, that's the extortion piece. The Speaker of the House, as you can tell, the last time it was there were money floating everywhere, and there were even evidence that $15,000 was given to another lawmaker who had it filmed and testified to that. And up to now, I don't know if you ever heard anything about that case anymore. And as usual, those are the nothing goes forward in Liberia when it comes to that.
No, um, we heard there was $25,000 promised, and I think each of those were given $15,000. What is this guy named? Clarence Gar? I'm not sure.
Collins.
Yeah, I think he was the one who displayed the cash, in camera, uh, to inform the world that money had changed hands to remove the speaker. So who knows? Maybe it's the same thing. Yeah. But as I indicated, um, this instability in the House is bad for governance. I don't think we need another fight over, another speaker position.
Yeah, so Sylvester, and another thing, I don't know if Mr. Gayman and Mr. Nagbe will come in, chip on that. A few days ago, this guy Costa again, he came on Facebook, and Mr. Gayman, you can respond to this because this is about Basel. So we have 30 senators in the Senate, and this decentralization bill that been in the Senate, back and forth, President vetoing, Minister of Justice giving his opinion and all of that. So Costa came up. I'm not a fan of Dillon, and intentionally attacked Dillon and Yombly, that they are the one behind this decentralization bill. If actually the bill passed, they are going to sell the port of Buchanan to some foreign investor who is noted for buying election for corrupt politician in Africa. For me, that was very, very unfair to Dillon and Yombly. You have 30 senators, including the vice president to the president in the Senate, and you want to assume that these two people will oversee 28 other senators and just pass a bill. And every other people that will sign a bill, they are not taking responsibility. But you want to blame Dillon and Yombly, for a bill that majority of the senators will be signatory to, including the vice president. I'm told the vice president was presiding that particular day when they passed that bill. And Costa, out of nowhere, he came again defending the president and shifting blame again on Dillon and Yombly. I don't know what you guys see about that, but for me, I think that was a disservice. And the way he sounded that day, it seems that he was, he received some money allegedly, because people are saying Sekou Dukle is now in favor of this. He's giving some people money to oppose this bill and all of that. But I don't know how realistic it is that Dillon and Yombly will. Dillon is not even senator for Grand Bassa. He's a senator of Montserrat, even though he's a Bassa man. But how can Dillon and Yombly, if that is the case, if they are able to convince their colleagues, then all of them should take the responsibility. All of them should be blamed if the bill is a bad bill. But why are you blaming these two people and the 29 other senators, including the vice president, who is the eye of the president in that house? You leave all of them out and blaming two people.
Yeah, but before Mr. Gayman or Mr. Nagbe come in, the last time we spoke about this, I took some time and I already spoke about this, and when this is what I said, it was quite unfortunate for Costa to be used as a hired gun to attack these people, and I said that, and I reiterate that position again today. Mr. Dillon or Senator Dillon and Senator Kanga Lawrence did nothing wrong. They performed in their legislative agenda. And everywhere there will be bill, if you believe the bill is not good, lobby it in the Senate, but to come and attack a group of lawmakers or two lawmakers or those that are supporting a bill and calling their names that they are associated with a corrupt individual that are buying elections in Africa, it's just very counterproductive. And we ought to ensure that we do it in the way, and so it's not always the time that we will only be loud or amplify our tone, our voices when we are higher gun to attack other people. I think it's wrong for me. It's wrong. The bill, I believe, intends other people got their own counterposition to the bill in terms of the decentralization process for our country. How do we approach those kind of a very major lawmaking instrument, the way we all engage it, but to come and attack in a way. And I believe the president was inclined to actually sign this bill, but the president himself been manipulated in different way, in the way that those powerful elements in the presidency are themselves doing this thing, and people from outside the presidency pumping more money around the presidency to do this thing. So yeah, I don't think I'm inclined not to believe that it would not pass, because there's a lot of hairy forces and a huge amount of money being pumped in. Evident by Costa coming out that said he will not do podcast. You saw him doing a particular podcast on this. It was so he was hired to do these things to attack Senator Kanga and Senator Dillon, and that's quite unfortunate. Mr. Gayman, go ahead, please.
Yeah, this is I think Pewee may have been around when the Port Authority bill was passed, when the HPS came and all of that. This is just the repeat replica of that particular scenario where the port will be, once it is established, to be sublet for X amount of years for this amount of money. So what you are saying that while it may not be totally true, is not totally false. We have seen this playbook before. We've seen this play. We know what the outcome is. When Tony Blair and the rest of the folks were coming into this country, and those of us who knew that this was an albatross around the neck of Liberia, if this thing went and the president eventually signed it and know where we are now in Liberia, the port is a mess. It is not Liberia friendly. It is not business friendly. And I see the same thing repeating itself in Grand Bassa County if this goes through.
Mr. Nagbe?
Yeah, no, quickly, let me thank the guys here in the studio. We have to run up because they have another stuff happening. But thanks to Myean.
What kind of lot of stuff happening? He's scared,
Henry, and the entire crew here. It's been an honor to meet everyone. Thank you very much.
When you ready, sit now, you know, you say, the comment is this and that, you dead not the guy you.
Good night, guys.
Good night, guys. Okay, man. Thank you. We look forward to having more. But why you guys? I know you don't have to call the exact day, so for some reason. But why are you guys returning home soon?
Soon.
Okay. Mr. Gayman, safe flight. Please take care of that fufu soup you swallow. Why are you going to Indiana?
Tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, okay. All right. Peter, Mapu, hello for me.
Yeah, tell Peter and Peter Long.
Yeah, Monday, man. Everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, all right.
So let's stick around. Just say hi on the other show.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
No, I'm not. I think they push shift into another show now. But we basically there are a lot of things happening in terms of the country and the way we engage, like the whole speaker saga thing. I don't think we should always waste our time in always removing our leaders. You take away from the country.
Yeah,
you take away significantly from the country. Always getting engaged into this issue about removing. We're not doing the work of the people. Yeah, it's a problem. We know that that's a political place. A lot of things can happen and all of things. We may have removed the first speaker. Many people didn't like it. Some did. Then it's the way forward to again engage into another battle that would drag on for almost a year again. And then why are we before now? I don't think we should do that. And I'm inclined to believe that this other attempt will be for will be aborted If there's any plan anyway, I'm very convinced.
I'm
But
not
if
getting
not,
you, Sylvester.
are you getting me?
Hello?
What's happening? Can you hear me?
No, I'm not getting you. Let me go up again and come out.
So yeah, you guys, yes. So a lot of things will be unfolding if not about this thing. But we as people, we have to understand from the perspective of how we intend to, for the social issue of the people to be handled. It is important to know that the politics of the day, we have to be managed in a more responsible way. We disagree to agree. That's the intent of politics. But we should not do it at the detriment of the mass base of the people. Yeah, right. So the legislature, the national legislature, play a very important role in the country, very significant role. And the vital nature of that institution is paramount towards the country moving forward. So it's important that we set the basis and want to set other lines to say this is time that we collectively engage into these things. It's important. It's also important that we highlight the flaws of those that are supposed to do the job of the people. If they are not performing, we highlight these things and just take them off. But there's a lot of report coming up, and I'm reading an account from about this sodomization of this 15-year-old boy, and I was reading some of those that it is important that we actually begin to be very focused on this issue about emphasizing on this. But Tomalin, George, are you around? So it's very important. It's very important. It's important that we emphasize the position of the country in a way that's require us doing, because if we don't do these things, a lot of things being playing up now. The Liberia National Police, I'm told, had a press conference, and in that press conference the police director was very emphatic. He spoke in a more plain and definitive term, exonerating Mr. Brian McGill from the alleged accusation of statutory rape. In our country, statutory rape is a very serious sexual offense, meaning raping a child, a person that don't have the consent power to have to engage in any sexually related issue. Yeah, statutory rape is where you raping someone that is under the statutory age, the age period of 18 years old, and that's age of 18 is the age of consent, meaning they agree, you agree, before you can indulge into any sexual related issue with them. If the person is not 18 years old, even if the person agree to do that with you, that is statutory rape. The person cannot consent. The person can say yes. No, the person can say yes. Even if the person is engaged into those kind of practices with their peers, does not give you the prerogative of the way to go and say, yeah, the person must have had a relationship and they say yes to me. No. If you don't know this, know it today, know it tomorrow, know it moving forward. Any child that is under the age, even if the person is 17 years old, they are still considered a child. Even the person had 3 children, 17-year-old, 16-year-old, 3, 4 children, you are not, or let's say the person is into doing things before with their peers or whosoever they're doing this, you don't have that right to engage into any relationship matter sexually with that person. You will be held liable and accountable for statutory rape. You can go to jail for between 25 to even lifetime imprisonment, depending on the severity of the consequence of your actions. So we ought to be very mindful. Men, women, boys, girls. That's it. But the report from the police is saying now otherwise. That out of the several investigative analysis they went through those suburb means, they found out that Mr. Brian McGill was not, cellularly was not in those locations at the time of the crime, when the crime was committed. They went to all the CCTV footages, and those footages also prove that Mr. Brian McGill was not. That Mr. Brian McGill was not around the scene of the crime. Ra, welcome.
Thank you, my dear brother. How you doing?
Yeah, good. That Mr. Brian McGill was not, according to the police director, was not also there. And then he concluded from his brief press conference that DNA samples that was sent out of the country prove that Mr. Brian McGill had no link, DNA link, on specimens or whatsoever from the clothes of the violated young girl, the girl that was violated. That the DNA sample proof 99.99% that it was not Mr. Brian McGill, but it also proof that it was someone else that committed this act. So that is the case. But there's a lot of other cases coming up on these things, and we'll wait for the police authority to be here on Wednesday. We'll talk more to them on this. They said they've been staying their ground. This one, the report, and today they exonerated 100% and closed this investigation from the perspective of Mr. Brian McGill, but kept the investigation open so that they can get any lead from whosoever that did this, and they're seeking cooperation with the family to move on. But right, we've been discussing with Mr. Gayman, Mr. Nagbe. Today we're not really being engaged into the politics. It's just like I was just here on the late monologue. That's why I was trying to highlight some of this along with Seleke. We're looking at the historical issue about preserving the legacy of most of our people that contributed towards the country moving forward in terms of democracy, in terms of history, in terms of those literature, artwork, and all those things. That's what we're actually looking at, and those guys' time back in the country. So welcome.
Yeah, I just thought to come on for a brief little while. I'm still on my trip. I'm in Italy. I've been following the conversation a little bit. I'm at 1 o'clock in the morning on my side, but I'm still disappointed in the IG, and I don't believe what they're saying. If they've cleared Brian McGill because of the DNA, number one, Sylvester, where is the DNA? Why has the DNA result not been released to the public? And if by the admittance of the IG, it's been established that this girl was violated. So if it's not Brian McGill, then who is it? This is why you have these things going on. if there's a DNA test that is done that exonerates one person who was identified by this young lady, then who is responsible for this crime? And this is the information that the police have not given the public.
No, but Raul, let me chip in here. Who is responsible? They want to know now. It's not like now. Listen, so we got a country that we don't have a system that we do everyone swap in DNA like in the West. In the West, it's not like Liberia. This person may be out there, but they may not know the person. So the way that we do it now, I think they will want to deploy other means of investigating. And so who are those people that found out they have been going around? Probably will try to collect some of them that are close and run that sample to see if it will correspond with the specimen on her clothes. But you only know who the person now because we don't have that kind of a like here they have this big pool of people having the DNA genealogy put into so you can find out from our parents they would do this from that they would know what happened so but it's difficult if they put something in again run that investigation and will come to somebody but unfortunately we don't have that so they wouldn't know for now.
Yeah, fair point. But where is the DNA results?
Yeah, that's an
It's
important point
one
also that's an
right
important point you struck that is to bring
because
the DNA result. Yeah, and we're
because
going to be asking
because
that question to them. That's an important point. Go ahead.
right, and this is why it's important for and we know that the IG is watching. This is why it's important for the IG to come on so we can dialogue because the only thing we saw the IG do was to say to us that DNA sample has exonerated Brian Margell. What he hasn't said is what is the sample. Normally, when these press conferences are held, Sylvester, you've lived in the U.S. We've lived in the U.S. We've traveled the world. There's a full conference where you have, and Liberia may not have this, but if they are getting the information from Rwanda, you would think that the Rwandans or whoever did the DNA was sent the full information that we can verify. But if Brian Margell is going to come out, given the fact that they have not handled this case well, given the fact that from the inception of this case, from our indication, and again, we're not perfect. We don't know what's happening. They have the information, but based on my observation, this case has been handled where they believed the accused over the victim. If the victim have identified, and I think this is a very very critical part of this. It's not to say she's right. People say, well, just because she said this young girl has been consistent. She's identified who abused her. It has been proved that he has had countless encounter with this young girl, whether it was her delivering food. So this is not he knows her very well. He worked with the pops. So this process has taken longer than it should take. So if Brian Magell comes out now after weeks of expecting DNA results, says, well, DNA results in our possession has exonerated Brian Magell, who's to say that he's just saying what he wants to say? The public have not seen a DNA result. We don't know for a fact whether a DNA result actually occur. We don't know. So I think in these cases where you have this skepticism from the public, you will think that they will come out with more information other than just the words of the IG. I don't trust the IG, to be honest with you. I don't believe this IG. I believe that this IG, and again, I respect him. I have higher hopes of his professionalism, but I think I don't respect that. So we want to see the actual DNA. I mean, you can't. There's nothing secret about this. There's nothing private about this. I would have expected the IG to come out and say, "Here are the results. Here is the company from Rwanda that did the DNA results. We can verify that." We can verify that. It's easy to verify. But there's nothing has been put out in public other than the IG telling us what he saw. But I mean, there's a strong possibility that perhaps not a single DNA was done. How are we supposed to confirm that? So, Sylvester, other if you have all of this question from the public and all of this issue and reservations with regards to how the police have handled this case, then to kind of like give people the kind of confidence, you will bring the information. So why is it that we can't see the DNA result? Not a single media institution in Liberia have been given a copy of this DNA results. The company from Rwanda have to send them the information. So why are they hiding the information? It's a DNA. Give us the copy. You know what I'm saying? Like just shut us up. Tell us, hey, look, Robert, we're not trying to hide anything. We're not trying to protect this guy. We did the DNA results. You're the information. And let's see the information. We haven't seen nothing other than the IG saying, well, we've had in our possession DNA results have exonerated this guy. How do we believe that a DNA actually took place?
Yeah. So if I would do the devil advocate here, and that we ought to do sometime in the kind of a case, in the kind of a matter, I would presume or want to push that probably there is a DNA result. Probably there is a result because the RG is during the press conference he said that the sample of the DNA results are back in the country. They
Right.
did analysis and they exonerated Mr. Brian McGill.
Right.
And I also want to consider here, I may be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. I'm wrong, but I may be wrong. I also want to consider here, Bravo, that this is a sensitive matter that we need to protect the victim. The victim will have to be protected here, and that's one of the reasons why the victim name have not been disclosed. All those things, the name of the victim, and I'm inclined to understand this kind of investigation will have the victim name. So if the victim is off to be protected, because the Ministry of Gender and Children Protection will also move to ensure that the victim is protected, and that's why they isolated the victim during the period of the investigation. All those things. I don't know if the victim is staying in a special protected area. That's what we were told, and yet that's how the issue unfold. So if the victim will have to be protected, the issue about giving the DNA results, we have to, out of the family will have to acquiesce that before it will have to come out. So if you press the police, then wait and see what the police is going to say. But
would you agree that if that valid point, but do you agree that we can protect the victim and still put up the DNA result? If the name is on the paper, let's assume that Sylvester name is Sylvester is the victim. We can they can always black out the name.
We can indict that aspect, right?
Simple, right? Exactly. So the information can come out. It's almost like when people take pictures.
We can redact. I meant to say redact. We can redact that aspect of it. So
absolutely.
So
people do that all the time. They take pictures. They don't want a license place to be seen or whatever the case is, and it happens at not even at the sophisticated level that we can have in Liberia. So the excuse and listen, great point that you just raised about protecting the victim and the possibility that this is what they're trying to do. But that excuse would not suffice because again, there's many ways you can put out the information and still shield the name of the victim. All we want to see, given the fact that this case has been handled the way it's been handled, where it seems like the police is protecting a unity party partisans, and this is politics, right? Where he's protecting this guy, give the information out. If I see the information and I can confirm, we need to know the where this DNA result was taking place. We can make it's a phone call. Rwanda is Rwanda is far ahead of Liberia, right? You can make a phone call to these labs and just verify. You don't have to ask all these questions. It happens all the time. The closing argument can do that. All of the licensed media institutions in Liberia can do that. The problem here is a lot of people do not believe that the IG is credible. They've lost trust in the IG. A lot of people believe that he's become a regime IG rather than a police inspector that has no political interest. Yes, he works at the word and pleasure of the president, but people just don't trust him. And when you have these kinds of sensitive cases, right, where people have lost trust in the police inspector general, right, where all of the information has been put forth,
where he has admitted, yes, this girl was raped. So she's not lying that she was raped. They've admitted that. And we know if a victim, listen, Liberia has 5 point something million people. There are a lot of people who work at the Ministry of Youth and Sports. I know some of them. If this young lady had a conflicting identification of who raped her, then we'll have questions. Well, you know, the young lady is not credible. She has been consistent with Brian Miguel. She's identified Brian Miguel. So if all of the investigation does not put him in the location of where this crime occurred, okay, granted. Now the DNA results have come through. DNA results does not take weeks, Sylvester. We know that. It don't take weeks. So it's taking more time than it should be. It should have taken. It's out there. Why is it that we can't see the DNA results? So a lot of people will say there's a strong possibility that no DNA happened, and a minute the RG is just saying what he wants to say. Until we see for ourselves what the DNA result says, the lab in Rwanda where it was conducted, then we can say, you know what? Maybe Brian Miguel is actually innocent based on the DNA analysis. But we haven't seen anything. The IG just come out and say, oh, you know, the man is exonerated because the DNA result in our possession. But how sure are we that this DNA actually occurred? I have serious question that it did. I don't think I could be wrong. And I stand corrected, but I still think that there's a level of protection here. And when I read the Facebook post of this man today, it doesn't come off as someone who's actually is a father. This is a grown man. So even if it's not you, the way he spoke about this situation is not someone who have empathy. That a young girl who is 14 years old enough to be his daughter or his granddaughter or whoever was violated. He doesn't come off as that kind of guy. It seems like there's this plot against him, and he's just happy that someone is against him. But this is a young girl who has never had any issue with being raped. She never had any issue with accusing anyone falsely of being raped, and she's a victim. She's still a victim, and the police have admitted to that. So I would encourage the IG to pull out the information. Pull out the information. Let's see. Send it to credible media institutions. We're not going to jeopardize the protection of this young lady. We're not going to do that. But until I see for myself that indeed a DNA analysis was conducted in Rwanda, we can confirm the lab that conducted this DNA. We can make phone calls. You show that to me right now. I can call. We can call them and find out.
Yeah, but again, Rawa, yeah, that's how you take it sometimes. But from the investigative perspective, they will have to do things. And again, if the public will have to eventually move to demand the publication of the DNA, and then the family. But the fact that the police chief said the police got the DNA results because they said we're waiting for this result before they could take any action. It's been some time now, more than 2-3 months we've been waiting up. They said they got the DNA result. What we can do now is we can file the Freedom of Information Act to ensure that the result is released. If the family is on condition of the family is conservative, if not, then we can redact the report and then to seal the name of this child and know eventually and publish the results. Then the most important aspect is that if the report is coming from where it's coming from and validating the statement coming from the police chief, and that's how we're going to put it. But on the case of that, and that's one of the reasons why the police chief was very mindful. He was taking into consideration the act that is protecting the victim or other thing, and that's why the victim is not even home. And that's what we will do it. So the police will take time to release, will not just release the report to the public, but will give the report to, because the police is the one that is representing the state in terms of doing the investigation. If they are certified that this is this, they were announced. But if the family push that the report be published, they will move, because there's a particular guideline of protecting the victim, particularly if the person is an underage person. And that's the reason why this is a statutory rape issue. It's someone below the age of consent, and that age of consent is 18, and she's 14. So that's one of the reasons. For Brian Miguel's issue, I didn't read his perspective as to how he reacted to it. But here's what I would say to that, Robert, in terms of playing the devil advocate again. And when your character is being put in the mud, that it would never ever be revised even any other way whatsoever. If you come from those things, you say things emotionally, where you get deranged or you suffer from too much of depression. If these things, particularly if you felt you didn't do something and you're being alleged that will forever damage your reputation. Probably he reacted that way in that sense. And again, the devil advocate I will play, that's how you will see someone that will react. If it's just like looking at President Trump when he reacted to some of the way he thought people treated him and other things. So it is in the spheres of politics. If people are accused of something blatantly that they didn't do, something that will damage the reputation of their character and their family name and all those things, and in themselves they know they didn't do. When they are exonerated, they react in a way that may not be pleasant to those that they thought were trying to put it aside or other things. So you understand from that perspective that where he's coming from. If indeed he's actually innocent and this is exonerating him, so that's how you will respond. But again, yes, the empathy should come for every child. Every child. I want to believe the very Brian man got children. I don't know about girls or boys, but he got children. It's understandable for everybody to express empathy for that. I would hope that himself will have emphasized the issue about the police, they push behind this case and the family should cooperate and defend the victim and other thing. There are a lot of other ways they can do this, but yes, the report need to come up because, and I anticipated this. This is Liberia, and I said it on one of the show here. I said, even if the DMA result were to be, and the wrong thing, it should not be done in Liberia. But if it is done in Liberia by Liberia institution, because we have the Fidelity area, we have the Jamale that got some effective DMA machines. But the reason why I want to believe they didn't do it in Liberia, the same thing people will have said, oh, it's compromise. So they took it out all of Liberia. And I said some time ago, if you do even take it to the Pope, the guy won't go up, you take it to the Pope, and the Pope certified. Certain Liberia will stay. Where you sitting? I said, I know you're not far from the Vatican City, right? They took it to the Pope, right? And the Pope say were to certify that. There will still be a group of Liberians that will say the Pope made mistake in that too.
Oh, that I agree with because
right.
because
So I
the
mean,
Pope
it's a difficult thing.
the Pope themselves the Pope themselves got a lot of issues with young boys and all that nonsense
Okay,
and
now you
stuff
see where
like
you're
that.
going now.
So-
So I didn't want to, I didn't even want to say if you took it to Jesus Christ. Now then I will move now to say if you even took it to Jesus Christ, the house some people will say, Jesus Christ he's still on your rest out today. He's not, so that's how the country is. And so we so opinionated and so partisans. In some cases, we allow political things to do things, but until we can start having confidence in our institutions, we're going nowhere. And that's my fear. I will hope that we'll start having and those institutions also should open up the system and allow public confidence because public confidence has eroded deeply into the public trust. And Broward is a serious problem. It's part of these that whenever there's a report coming from the public, from the public institutions, the ordinary people in the country would not respect it. And it's a serious problem to ensuring law enforcement is being implemented in the country because the public trust has significantly eroded into public officials and other things or government institutions. And that is terrible. And it's part of
yeah,
the
it
reason
is.
why everybody's now moving the kind of way saying, hey, we don't respect that report, we don't believe it, we don't want to see that, want to see that. That's it. If the people don't trust the government institutions, that's a problem. And they
Yeah, it
will
is. It is. And but I think a part of that has to do with the fact that these institutions have not been able to and I'm sure we have professionals in all of these institutions. Like I said, I've admired Gregory Coleman, even like I said on one of the shows. I advocated during when President Weah got elected. I was one of those advocating that they keep him because I think some of these institutions they should be apolitical. Like when you have professionals who are well trained, well educated, you don't necessarily have to replace them with partisan folks, right? Keep them there, right? And so I advocated that. But I think a part of the reason why we've lost trust in these institutions is because they have become more political than they should be. The police should not be an institution that becomes a regime collaborate. Listen, I understand the president appoints the inspector general, but the president also appoints the election commission commissioner. And so, but we expect the election folks to function independently. Just because the president appoints them doesn't mean that you, maneuver ways where an election that should be done independently and professionally favors the president or the president's party. So until our institutions and our professionals start to exhibit this appreciation for what they do, right? And they are willing to say, you know what, I'm not going to compromise my professionalism for a political grandstanding, whatever the case is. And if it comes to that point, I'm going to resign. I'm not going to do that. Then the public would never, have this level of trust in these institutions. The police, particularly the police should be protecting, property and lives. That's what the police is for. And that also means if even the president who appoints them, if the president is not is doing something outside of that protection of property and lives, then they should stand up and say, Mr. President, we have to protect property and lives. This is not the case. And it's not just the police, it's throughout our institutions. Our institutions have not functioned independently because they are influenced by those that they report to, and a lot of these guys are not willing to say, you know what, I'm not going to compromise my professionalism, I'm not going to compromise my career, I'm not going to compromise what I believe in, because I appreciate this position more than my job. And so the police has a responsibility, to engage with the public to regain that trust. And when you have these kinds of cases like this rape, and you looked at what's happened with this guy who is accused of abusing his boy, and you have the police having to explain the difference as to why there's a probable cause to arrest him, even though there hasn't been DNA. It raises a lot of red flag. So it's my hope, again, I don't want anyone to be accused, prosecuted, and jail for something they didn't do. I don't want that. But again, I will hope that we can. A part of this conversation moving forward, Sylvester, is that we need to see the DNA result. If this is in the possession of the IG, they need to figure out a way. And I know a lot of people don't trust a lot of media institutions in Liberia. They need to figure out a way to really show that yes, indeed, an independent analysis, DNA analysis was done, and this analysis has established that Brian Magel is not responsible for this. And from my perspective, until I actually see that, until we can verify that, until the police can transition to a place where they say, you know what, okay, we've established that this is not Brian Magel, but we're committed to arresting the person who's responsible for this. You can't change the minds of the public based on how this case has been handled.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to change the mind of the public, but it's possible again. And that's one of the things when I listen to the police chief, it's possible that he may not have been involved into this thing and that he didn't do it. It's possible aspect. And one of the things that's going through now is the report coming out of the DNA results coming out. If that is true, they just need to ensure that they publish that report or ensure that the report is out for public. But that's our Liberian story. It's difficult, Robert. At this stage, and that's what I said. Even if you to come back, now I brought the Pope in, and you quickly dismissed the Pope also on that line. So you see, on this platform, you already have opposition to the Pope, right? And that's the Holy Father that commandeered tremendous respect and other thing, right, across the world. More than 2 billion people, member of that institution, and billion of other people also do respect him. But yeah, just now there's one side I say, hey, they get their own side about those kind of abuse with boys and other things. Yes, that's a saga that he even for this current Pope is bitterly against that. He fought against those things, saying he fought about the dignity of the child, and the dignity of the human being, and the rest of that. So the pulpit say it's a kind of an area that needed to advance. And since the late Pope Francis, now Leo, they all pushing for the independent line of the church to make. I mean, the church is liberal, but how can we cleanse the church? That cleansing will have to happen to restore the faith and dignity. Even a lot of Catholics here in the U.S. are not really attending mass, going to mass like before because of the dignity of the church.
Right.
I was listening to the 2 days ago. I was listening to the bishop of the Archdiocese of Philadelphia. He was in one of the radio stations there, WHYY. I was listening to him, and there were a lot of problems. People calling from around the region here, Jersey, New York, Delaware, and across Pennsylvania, all over the place. But the reason why many Catholics are not going to mass, and they're trying to mitigate that to get people going back in order line. So the people need to have the respect, because the church is the area that people go for guardians, blessing, teaching, all those things. So it's important that the government will have to work. And if the RG were to come on this show, if he was himself were to come on, I would personally say this to him: Chief, you need to work on things. You may not be a bad person, but probably the way you guys go about doing investigation may portray the investigations to be somehow compromised. But in other words, it's not compromised. So how do you go about doing it so you can be open-minded, that the people will have some confidence in it, and will see as the results come out, they say, "Oh yeah, the police not even." So there will be time, if you start doing this good thing, people will say, "Oh, that way when the police investigate, then we'll know." If that thing is happening when your report is not going to be compromised, taking side, then you start getting the confidence of the people. And by that, when thing were to happen, you will reduce mob actions and all those things. The reason why a lot of mob activity take place in Liberia, because we don't trust the security forces.
No, not at
We
all.
don't trust that will perform their statutory responsibility. So people will take the laws into their hands
Right.
and perpetrate the violence on their own, instead of waiting for the security people to come and do the something on our behalf. So yeah,
Right.
but that's a very key case. But another thing quickly, I know we'll be wrapping also because of some issue or so. But another key thing about this thing, rape related thing, the sodomization of another young boy. But there's some conflicting thing coming up. I was reading an account from Philip Brown. I don't want to take it face value, but I listened to another guy people that spoke to me this morning. If it is true that two of the accused, because they say the little boy was gang rape. The definition of a gang rape thing is that more than one person is getting engaged into some sexual activity of a person. If it is true that he was gang rape, and they said that two of his accusers are not in the country and were not in the country of the time of the commitment of the act, that's a serious red flag.
Yeah, but that's a red flag that the police again, and
So
I'm
you see,
hoping that
we just move around. We
uh,
just move to call people name. Those
yeah.
people, other people need to call. They're not in the country.
Yeah, but you see, another thing that's happening again is I think they're trying to use this case as a scapegoat to the Brian McGill case, which is because it's similar, right? These are two public officials, and to your point, the way the police treat cases that involve people of influence is different from cases of people that I consider the regular Liberian. The regular Liberian folks don't get the kind of media attention that these people who work in government or people of influence get, right? And so when I listen to him today and he talks about the difference between his kids, I agree. There's a conflict here, right? Because if you are saying there's a gang rape and you're charging this person, then I think charges should also the police should also be able to establish and identify the names of the other folks who were involved.
Right.
Because when you see this dude, I saw this guy in a picture. Why is it that a person who has been arrested on probable cause for such a hideous crime is walking from the courtroom without handcuffs, and he's smiling? He's allowed to smile and handshake with folks like nothing actually happened. You know what I'm saying? And then you have the other two accused that
folks are saying, well, these guys were not even in the country. And so if the police cannot establish that a gang rape actually happened that involved this person along with others, how can you charge this guy for gang rape? Because on his charges, there's gang rape.
Yeah, and
So if the two other folks that were involved are not in the country at the time this alleged crime happened, then how can you charge this guy for probable cause? It just doesn't make sense to me. But a lot of people are saying the reason why old boy was quickly arrested is because of the way the Brian McGill case was handled. Because they believe, by virtue of the fact that this young lady had identified who abused her, which was very important as a witness statement, he should have been arrested, pending DNA testing and all these things like that, right? So you have not gotten a DNA test of this case. You've arrested this person because, according to you, witnesses, place the victim at the house of the accused, and technology, analysis also placed. But again, it's a gang rape, so it didn't happen by himself. So if it involves other folks and they were not in the country, if I'm a lawyer, I'm pushing that narrative. Like, listen, it doesn't make sense. If this is gang rape and you have arrested one person and the other folks that were allegedly part of this is not in the country, how can you be certain that this actually happened? This is a gang rape matter. How can you prove that? You know what I'm saying? How can you prove that? This is the inconsistency of the police and these interrogations.
It's exactly right.
Exactly. There's a level of inconsistency again that raises question about the credibility of the police and how they go about this case. There are also folks are saying that it's easier to arrest this guy because he's not necessarily a diehard Unity Party partisan as opposed to Brian Miguel. So people are also questioning this as well. Is this a scapegoat situation where, so you have a guy who is not within the good realm of the party. A lot of folks, within the Unity Party don't really appreciate him like that. So it doesn't cost the Unity Party, the government, anything to get him arrested and prosecuted as opposed to Brian Miguel. But I would like to see how this progress. But again, I still have a lot of reservations. And again, I think this police inspector general has a lot of work to do. The system in general has a lot of work to do with regards to how do we create a relationship with the community where people in general, regardless of the size of your bank account, regardless of your influence, regardless of your connection, people understand that there's no one above the law. And when you commit crimes, we will follow the facts and you will be held accountable for it. I don't think that has been established so far.
Yeah, quickly on that issue, but quickly if I can bring on Sarah, she's on the line. Is this issue about the gang rape thing and other things, and that's one of the things I said the last time, that the way the police will go about some of these things will cause issue for prosecution, if you will. They have to be mindful how you have to charge. If this is gang rape, two of the individuals were not in the country of the time the crime was committed. Basically, the case fiasco.
That's it. But the prosecutor, but Sylvester, the prosecutor is the one who looks at the prosecutor looks at the evidence and says, listen, I can't argue this in court. So even if they say, well, DNA analysis has established that Brian McGill did not commit this, the prosecution have a different perspective on this case. You know what I'm saying? The prosecution said, well, yes, you've had probable cause to arrest this guy, but you've also charged him with gang rape. If there's this narrative that the other folks that are allegedly involved, were not in the country, this guy is off the. You can't charge him. I can't prosecute this case.
It'll be difficult. Let me go back to the phone and take.
But do the phone. I gotta go. I just talked to Kamara real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, I just talked to Kamara real quick. All right, guys.
Thank you. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, Sarah, you there? Go ahead.
Yeah, Pewee. I just want us to be open-minded when some of these things are posted out there on social media.
Mm-hmm.
Because when we listen to the video initially, the little boy did not call people names. He said there were 3. Specifically, he called that Bonjala name. Specifically. But he said there were 3. So who is the person that identified the other 2? Who? Is it the police, or is it just people who trying to put information out there to confuse the case? We have to be, open-minded and smart about these things. United Party government is a government of propaganda. They are very good at that. Very, very good at that. So I will not believe that.
So Sarah, so Sarah, if I would ask you, the little boy is on record saying he called Bonjala name. Is that correct?
Right. That's correct.
But did the label say that there were 3?
Yeah, he mentioned, according to the video that I listened to, he said there were 3. So when the other person finished, the other person get on him. When the other person finished, the other person get on him.
So do you?
The video that I listened to,
yeah,
that's what I heard.
Yeah, and that is very alarming. But do you agree, as per his own narration, that is tantamount to gang rape?
How is it tantamount to gang rape?
He said 3 persons. 3 persons.
Yeah, but so yeah, it is. It is. Of
Yeah,
course,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you agree, but then why is the propaganda? Why is the propaganda thing here? If the label said
the propaganda thing here is, who are those that identify the other 2 to say that they are not in the country? Who are those persons?
Oh, okay. You mean how did the 2 other guys came to be accused?
Yes, no. I mean, who is this person? Who are those that make it that are seeing that the 2 other persons that the little boy talking about are not in the country? Because the little boy did not call him. He said there were other 2 persons, including Bonjala. He specifically called Bonjala name.
Okay, he
so
called.
Who identified the other 2?
He called Bonjala name, and
yes.
how did we get to know the other 2 names that we called in and they saying they're not in the country?
Right.
So, and that's a very important question also. How did we get to know the other 2 names that say they're not in the country?
Let me conclude my point. If this guy, what his name, who is the guy that wrote the paper? Philip Brown, right? If Philip Brown is seeing that the other 2 guys that the board named, they are not in the country, in my mind, they are trying to confuse the investigation. They are trying to put a red flag. They are trying to confuse the investigation. So to make it seem that the little boy is lying. That's what they're trying to do. And according to Fadiga's write-up, he said that the reason why they put that Bonjala guy in jail, because according to telephone records, the Bonjala was noted around the scene where the thing took place, according to telephone records. So for somebody to come and say, oh, the little boy, the other 2 persons are not in the country, they are trying to put something, they are trying to make the whole investigation of confusion. That's my point. So we have to be very careful, because there are people who will sit down and just put something in there to confuse the public.
So did the label state in that narration that where the thing occurred?
What he said was, according to the video that I listened to, I didn't hear clearly where the thing actually took place. I didn't hear clearly. But when they asked him, he said, when they asked him who did this to you, because he could hardly talk. And then he said, Uncle Bon. Then he said there were other 2 persons. When the other person finished with me, the other person get it. The other person finished with the other person get it. Jesus. I will find that video and send it to you so you can listen to it yourself.
Was the child taken to the hospital from the narration or from any account?
According to sources, he was taken to the hospital, yes. But not from that video that I know. I heard he was taken to the hospital from another video.
Yes, because that may just be a point. If that point is meant to, because if they try to bring the game rate thing now, if they say there are 2 in the country, then it will move to exonerate Bonjala.
But this is what I'm saying. There are people now who are trying to confuse the case and trying to make it look that this little boy is lying. This is what I'm telling you. Who identified the other 2 to not be in the country? Who is it? Is it the little boy? Is it the police? Or is it the Philip Brown man? Who is it? Who identified the other 2 persons? What are their names?
And
you understand what I'm saying?
And Philip Brown is a kind of a person that you cannot trust.
Thank you.
Yeah, he come up with a lot of things. He's a serious blackmailer. So somebody like you send it up, he will want to do things.
So we have to be very smart here. So somebody is victimized and the police have not even identified the under 2 years to then he's talking about the other 2 people now in the country. He's trying to confuse the public, and he's trying to divert the whole case and make it seem that
yeah. Flavor Brand came out with this thing, $16 billion thing, and for example, government did this thing. That whole noise came about again in the country that. So we have to be mindful to that take his account, right? So unless he may have, so everything he said, we should consider it as alleged. We should take everything account because how did he know first and foremost that these are the 2? I don't know the names that are being called. How did he get to come to that realization? So he cannot be he cannot be taken seriously because most of the account he gave before about the 16 billion other things that he reported were just based on.
He's trying to put a dent in the case. That's why he's trying to do. He's trying to put a dent in the case to make it look that this little boy is lying.
This is serious, and if folks will be in the country trying to sodomize men, trying to do those things to young boys.
Thank you. I just took my break. I thought to come in and clarify and make a point. Thank you.
Yes, Zira. Thank you. Sure. Also, but this is very important that we will have to emphasize time to have some of these discussions about what is unfolding in the country about these cases. If the police director, the last time I had a brief conversation with him on some of these matters, and I thought if the police is doing some great job, there's a way the police will have to engage the public so that you begin to have the kind of open-minded situation without the public, and then the public will start to reposing more confidence in your work and your leadership. If you see the public calling onto the police, because no matter what may, even if the public does not trust the police, the public will always run to the police because it's the only means of protection that they will see. They will, whenever their rights is being trampled upon by some individual or group of individuals, or some things unfolded in terms of violent things is happening somewhere, the police will have to call the police. If the public will always have to call the police to come to their whatsoever interventions, if in terms of some cases, the public also should be willing to trust what the police is putting out in terms of investigative reports. It's very important. If we were to concentrate on these things, holistically playing these kind of investigative report coming from the police, if they were, because some of those reports will be, and that's why the police will have to deploy their intelligence, put some things, and that's, we said time to time that the Liberian National Police or the Ministry of Justice, we have to see the significant role, nature, the wide scope of the police operation. Just a lot of things for intelligence. Are we really using intelligence from the police? The crime services unit, we have to deploy the intelligent officers in every community. Sometimes if you deploy those things, and those people will talk to community members and they will get some lead in a lot of investigative reports that the police is embarking upon. If we don't have most of those things coming to help the Liberian National Police, it will impede most of their functions. And if those functions are impeded, it wouldn't give the public the right time to have these discussions. It's important. It is important that the government of Liberia will have to be open-minded also and give support to community policing. Community policing is very important, where you have the past police chiefs did some level of engagement, go to community and have town hall discussion with the people. Why is it that you need, that we can do, how do we mitigate to again begin to open up the system as to how we all can engage the public? Having town hall discussion. Where you think the police is doing too much? How can the police engage into, because when the United Nations missions came to the country, it was clear, abandoned the clear and engaged into the police, and that was part of the security sector reform. And part of the security sector reform, there was this system that there would have to be a kind of a mechanism to deploy the public policing in terms of the community policing. How can the police engage with the public in terms of discussing the way forward? There are other things that we have to mitigate. How do we handle certain things that are not probably materially good to go to court? There are some things that people just call the police. Not everything you call the police. There are some things you have community discussion, town hall discussion in the community with the community chair and all of the people. And there are some time when the police move in certain cases and all of things, people will even tell us, oh, somebody owe me 200, I call the police. No, these are civil matters. How can the police engage with the public and telling them how to handle civil matter versus those criminal things on their persons? That's the kind of way. When Chris Massacre was police chief, I used to be a little close to him. We did some work, the New Progressive did some work in trying to do some public diplomacy for the police. We engage into these things, conversations, in terms of getting engaged with the public. So at what time you call the police, for what you going to call the police on. It's not that there's noise about someone, oh, where's my water? Oh, my water, my pocket, my was in the air. You're going to call the police. No, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. So there are issues that you engage, and that's what the public, the community policing started getting more effective. And at what time you have to call the police? Why is it that you don't take the laws into your hands? So if we were to map ourselves on these things and begin to push them, and that's one of the reasons why the police chief read the result during the press conference about Brian McGill. The Brian McGill situation, some of us, particularly myself, I think Tomalin George and the rest of some of the folks, we were very clear here. We didn't take side here. I didn't say he was guilty, but what I said we needed to move with caution. That it's possible and it's probable that he may not have been the one to do it. So they wait for the entire investigation to be conclusive. When there's a definitive positions coming from the investigative reports, then we can come out to announce that this is how the system is unfolding. That's it. And we can announce that. And of course, yes, the report came out. The report is out. The police chief has read the report. And we call it on the police authority. We come on this show. We have a very wonderful and respectful conversation with them. But there's more for the police to do. What can you do so that you narrow the breach between you and the public in terms of public information dissemination? It's important, very vital, that we begin the process of initiating a very public, robust information mechanism. It's vital, because if this is done in the way and manner that it should be done, it's helping us move in the way of mitigating and reducing tension in a lot of quarters, if you will. There are a lot of people today are not believing this report. And despite the report is not from the country. Because if the report have come from the country, there would have been some in certain quarters saying, hey, the report is compromised because it's from Liberia. Fidelity, Jamale, these are areas that we perform these things that attempt to be correct also. But we were never going to respect that. But it's tend to come from our, we respect it. There was a time we do have some pathologists in the country when some things unfolded on the auditors. We wanted to use our own pathologists. There were certain folks in certain quarters that said, oh no, we cannot do that. We needed to seek a pathologist from outside. We brought a pathologist from outside the country, a Kehleboe pathology at a certain time, to perform that autopsy. And that report corroborated and certified exactly what the then Liberian pathologist stated in his report, initial report. The same, that was the case with the late Angel Dopoh. The same happened again. We have to bring in a Ghanaian pathologist, I think, for the auditors and all those things. You know, so if we would time to time try to bastardize our own in terms of not having trust in them, because they come with the same level of competence, they learn the same thing. But the fact that they are from Liberia, or learned in Liberia or so, we tend to not want to respect them or believe them, if you will. But if they're from outside, we tend to want to respect them, but it will come and just prove whatsoever the initial results that we had. They come and say, "Oh yes, this is we can do this. That's true. The same report that came out, that's it." That's about them. They've proven the initial report that we all bastardized and rejected. We didn't reject it out of any professional standpoint, but we rejected it from our personal, political, dogmatic thinking. That's wrong. So now, when this kind of thing comes forward, what we have to do, we have to remove all of our sentiments. We cannot be sentimental. That's a fundamental flaw in the system of our own belief as people. We cannot be sentimental in terms of looking at investigative reports. We need to give the investigators some time to conduct their investigations. If the investigators themselves are given the time to conduct with no level of interference, both politically or whatsoever, you allow them to give the report on a very clean basis, not on a biased line. And this is obvious. And that's one of the reasons why things are unfolding today. The Brian Magate result is out. A lot of folks are tending to say, "Hey, we don't glee. It's important." And now we have another case on here now. It's speculated in certain quarters that this is an alleged gang rape situation. It is also speculated from the other quarter. This is not an alleged gang rape situation. Well, other people are giving opinion on this now. It is a propaganda term meant to protect or exonerate certain people ahead of time that they damaged the young boy. So that's a serious problem. And how do we move to stop it? It's very critical towards the country power march. It's critical in this kind of a direction, because if we don't do it, we slip onto a lot of things. We don't allow those things to happen for the country moving forward. It's important that we learn to do these things. I know it's a country almost 6 million people. There will be things happening every day in the country. It's not a country of that. Even a country of 500,000 people, there will be some situation that we have some dangerous people. We know it's not everybody in our country. A good man can be a bad man, and a bad man can be more dangerous. And some bad men can attempt to be good men. But I know the good people are many. And with the help of the rest of the good people, we can weed off the bad people from among us, the good people. That will live in a society that our kids will go across to the neighbor there, in the neighbor house, without you thinking that, I hope we don't have a pedophile in that place. That the kid will go and visit their aunties without us thinking that, oh, I hope the auntie husband will not be abusing his wife nieces, if you will, or his wife nephews, if you will. That's the kind of society we want to see ourselves. That we'll have a July 26th celebration, and the kids will all be in the street and will not be afraid of saying they got a lot of pedophiles out there that will attack these innocent children and devolve them and violate them, if you will. That we will be celebrating Christmas and New Year with the hope that there will not be dangerous people that will give our teenagers alcohol to compromise their sense of reasoning and abuse them. That's the society we're trying to look for and to have. So how can we get rid of the pedophiles and those that are abusing our young, innocent teenagers and young boys and all of that? How can we do that? It's a serious problem back in the country that every day you see this kind of a thing happening. People in position of trust are allegedly now linked to some of these abuses, these heinous abuses of our young boys. either statutory raping them in terms of from the male to the female teenager, or statutory raping them in terms of sodomization, to sodomize them. It's unacceptable. I mean, animals don't indulge into those kind of a thing. You never see an animal sleeping with the same sex, more or less, or younger animal by an older one. That's an abomination in the animal kingdom. If that can be an abomination in the animal kingdom, those that we believe that our sense of reason is far capacitated, then why in the biggest animal kingdom we human? Because the nature of our creature, we are the supreme creature of all other creatures. Our reasoning leveled, our power to get things done. And that's what the late President Raul Mugabe said when he visited London the time ago, back during his days of his presidency. He emphasized that the gays and other things he spoke of, he mentioned those same animals in Sunni up. That's why he said that. To have a grown-up man allegedly linked to sodomizing a young 15-year-old boy, that is abominable. It is a huge kind of an abomination and unacceptable. When will we stop engaging or indulging into those unspeakable, dangerous things? That 14-year-old girl that was allegedly raped, now that Bange have been exonerated by the police, who is behind the rape of that innocent girl? It will be, Mr. Gregory Coleman, it will be a total failure on your part if you don't push to bring the investigation to a kind of a successful conclusion by pinpointing. I would encourage you, Mr. Coleman and Aji, to deploy all of your resources you have and your intelligence. You're a great cop. Start to do some investigation. Now that you have the sample of the specimen on the clothes of the girl, you can still use that material to do some deeper investigation. Do some rounds. Deploy your intelligence officers. They'll get you some information as to who being around this girl. You'll get some good information. You can run these samples. Get those people. Run a sample on them. Is it possible that you guys can talk around in the community that deeply people will talk? It's possible that maybe someone doing this, probably younger also, of our own age group, 14, 15, 16, doing this with her. It's possible. Or somebody older that being linking, use that investigative force you have as the Liberia National Police. Trust me, there will be some lead, and after the lead, you can use the lead to push into it, and you uncovered some issues. So some of these things, it's not about when these things happen, we need to give to the experts to do it. And that's one of the reasons why when I heard that they're going to be DNA conducted, I was very happy about it. Because I hate to speculate. And there were sometimes I did for people with people don't like my politics. Because I don't politicize these things. These are human interest story that I don't love to politicize. Because it's very sensitive and convoluted. Now, due to the sensitive nature of it, and the complexity involved in unraveling the facts, push me to be very careful as to how either a sentence or a word how I apply them. Because these are things that borders on people repetition for life. Even if you are dead, it will linger for your unborn children or children children, be attached to them. So when those things are out, I take some time in analyzing them. I take my time in going through them. And that's why I don't just bastardize or attack anybody if I don't have facts. I will always say allegedly, or this person is not respected because of his view he's been given. Yeah, people don't respect it because the person been giving conflicted views. And the reason why I would not believe in what Philip O'Brien is saying, because yesterday he said something, he just brought huge confusion. A lot of time I've been following his kind of way of reporting. He gave some misleading information that his newspaper also nonsense. So we ought to be very mindful. Is he not on the street now? You're trying to just make sure to get the guy. So we have to focus on the major thing. If the labor will call Bonjara, I don't know. Yeah, I understand. Unfortunately, people can call people names. People want to target on things, but why would he? And it's clear known that this ball was tampered with. Then how did Mr. Brown get to know, or I don't know how, if he's the one that broke this news about those sort of two persons? How did he know that these two people were involved? If it's established that they are actually involved. And then how would they be out of the country and their name be in an alleged gang rape sodomization case? So it's something that's really pushing the country into this thing. But we need to get rid of pedophiles. The country is a very young country. We have a lot of young people. Our kids are all into the country, moving about. Our nieces, our cousins, young babies are being raped every day in the country. We need to take some very powerful stand in punishing these would-be rapists, child pedophiles, and other things. And then that would serve as a lesson to potential or would-be rapists that are contemplating or that have been doing it, have now been caught. Probably we introduce a system that will do public castration. Are we considering those things? Is this important? It's necessary that we do these things sometimes to ensure that we push to send the lesson to those that are bent on creating this havoc for us, because this is traumatizing. It traumatizes a parent or potentially a would-be parent, or even if, yes, you because you try to imagine, why if it is my child? It's just shameful. And people that are in the spa institution of our country are linked to this kind of a thing. Why will you allow? Why? It's troubling. If it is true, it's troubling. It's troubling. So we had a lot of things going through. We said we're going to call it off we'll be wrapping up soon, but I mean, these are critical things. Look forward to having a full day tomorrow, but it's important that we encourage folks to focus on how we intend to do things. There are certain quarters, some of us are not agreeing with the reports coming up. Some will agree. Oh, Brian Magee is there. And the police inspector general was very clear. He narrated all the period of investigation, cell phone navigation issue, cleared the man. CCTV footages, cleared the man. DNA sample results, cleared the man. So why should you still hold him up? Close the case. on Brian McGill and keep the case open, as the chief said, and move on. But the important thing here is that why are we always seeing our young kids victimized? And they are those that are perpetrating this kind of act against them are people always associated with the governance system. It's troubling. And that's one of the reasons why the public will not. And when it's the case with other people that are not connected to government, then they are in jail the next day. But for this case, I think this case is a little bit something because of the whole real Brian McGee case. When he was never arrested, he just went for some expression of interest. If you did that, then you don't want to apply the same to the other people. You want to lock them up. Then how do you expect the public to respond to these things? It's wrong. But yeah, but no, if even women that are using their kids for this kind of a thing, the law provides that they should be severely punished also. It's in the case that you see some parents will encourage these things. Got their underage, teenage children, other things will want to do those things. I agree that everybody will be, you cannot be selfish to the extent that you want to do that. The law, the provisions in the law that talk about punishing these people severely also. They are accomplices to the act. They are accomplices to the act. If you were to go and set up your own child, for some reason, if you were to do that and you caught in the process, you are accomplice to the act. You should be dealt with the same way the person that perpetrated the violence against the child. And it's wrong. This is not be, it should not be because of poverty. And then we do things. And that's one of the things there's a Liberian parlance that says that not because my mom or my pa is sick, then I should do this to the doctor or whatsoever the doctor will say. No. So we ought to, I think you can still be, most of us didn't come off in the, listen, there are ways you do things. And that's why something I want to do have, and it's me. I may be saying this, but I got a daughter. Why you mean liberate me from here? But I said, I will have friends and other people when I'm called what I can help, I'm gonna help. I'm not using my help on the basis of any conditionalities. That's why we know that we all came out somehow the difficult way. But we didn't compromise anything because times were tough. One thing my mother always taught me and my siblings and those things that were entailed in is that I can recall there was a Chris Tony that came and my mother bought me something I was not that pleased with, and she disciplined me then. I was a very young beginning coming up. Beat me good, gave me some latches. And then thereafter I will call and be given whatsoever I get, give me other things because I didn't wait for all my things to come inside the crowd. Because I saw my friend in that dress earlier, I told my mom I didn't buy it, but she actually did. She was waiting at the appropriate time for all to eat, get ready. But I was disciplined. After being disciplined, she called me and gave me what I wanted. I was happy, but then she sat me down and started to talk. Yeah, because a woman is selling, helping, bringing up 5 children at the time in the 80s. Imagine that. And then she told me, she said, son, these 5 fingers are not equal. Do you know why they are not equal? I shook my head. I said, no. I can still remember this in Sufatre. She said, because everybody on earth will not be equal. They got some people will have, they got in abundance. Some people will be in the middle. She said, when you find yourself in the middle, you always get food to eat. You in Catholic school, I was in St. Michael Catholic school. Ever since that day, I understood what is it to be very pleased with what you have and pray for what you have and appreciate. and the level of appreciation I started having. That's why I said when somebody give me a dime of this or any gift, water to drink, I will appreciate it. I will appreciate it. And whenever I have dime with me, or $100 I have with me, I will share. That's why I can post about it. People think I don't have. People think I have when I don't have. But whatsoever I have, I share. The sharing tendencies in me. Because my mother taught me that learn to give. Because it's a good thing to help someone, but don't give and talk about it. And that's the kind of society we should have to find ourselves. But that's part you don't have, because the five fingers will never be equal. But one thing we ought to realize is that we should appreciate it, but the dignity in labor or whatsoever thing you do, don't compromise that. So it goes back to what Nora is saying here. That it should not be because of poverty, Nora, that our dear women, parents, particularly parents, should sacrifice their children. It should not be. It should not be. We ought to understand this from the basics of realistic tendency and set the boundary. Some of us will intentionally, it's not out of anger, intentionally give out, take our 9-year-old girls' children, or take our 5-year-old girls' children and call somebody like in the city, oh, come and carry my child in the city. And that person will go to take their sister child or children with the intent to use that child to be hawking in the street for their survivability. Intentionally. They will bring that child in and suppress that child when they go to school. That child is in the street hawking. And that child is at the mercy of those pedophile and dangerous elements we have. Some of those children will be told, if you cannot finish selling the ball peanut, don't come back home. If you cannot finish selling the donut, don't come back home. In some cases, many children in our Liberia are being abused every day, and some of those things will not be all in the news because the children, those guys will abuse them, they will not know where to find them. I know for a fact that is happening every day. And some of them will not do it with their own children. So sometimes, that's why I was saying the last time, there's a situation I met up with in part of Bon County. I was saying to the parents, you don't have to. Some of these areas, the community village schools, the rural schools are there. The children go to the rural schools. If you have reached a time the person starts getting mature, the person can go and grind. When they start getting mature, they will go where they know how to protect themselves, they will be okay. But start saying the woman have to bring her daughter back to Bedefene. Because the girl took the girl one time. The girl was forced, the girl even had to find someone to bring her back. She was grown and she was almost like 13, going to 14. She was 14 and going to 15. She came back. She went there when she was, I think, 8. Using her for all those time. Just scoring nothing. Bring your daughter back. Your daughter can go to school. She will learn other things. That's the rate. People are struggling. And other people see this kind of thing as an opportunity to take their children and say, okay, you give the child to someone to help, and that person is the person that's going to abuse the child or those children. So we need the country, and that's what the president said. You're not going to see folks to allow children hawking in the street. Mr. President, this is important. The Ministry of Gender will have to actually appropriately advise the president. And Mr. President, you take the political stand and give the political will behind the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice should give the political will to the Ministry of Gender and Children Protection to enforce this aspect for removing kids in the street. Ensuring that the Ministry of Gender and Children Protection will have to also deploy intelligent social workers, as it is done here in the West. Engage some of these children while they are hawking in the street for now. Ask them who is abusing them. Some of these children are being abused in the home they are in, and the wives will protect their husband abusing the children. Sometimes they impregnate them, then they will ship them out, send them back to the people in the village or the villages. It's happening now in the country. Now there are cases that have been reported in that line. So we should stop sending our girls' children, our boys' children, in the name of coming to the city to learn book or to get opportunities. Only few, but bulk of those children are learning in dangerous hands. It's not helping. It's causing serious problem. And we ought to discontinue those kind of tendencies. It is repugnant. It is unacceptable. And we ought to collectively stand as people. Both some of us that are here got the hand to help people with no conditions. Because helping with this kind of a different conditionality will bring some of these things up. Help with no condition. Help when you can help. If you got the opportunity to help one person a day sometime, send something to a family that will help them. Do that. Yes, and I will end here with what's what Dora said just, and I agree. Our days are quite different. During our days, I don't think we will ever have thought about having BB in that cell phone, all the other things. So BB no, we didn't think that way. We were not materially moved. We had some level of being pleased with what we were doing. We say, but this time, I don't know, because of the advancement of the war and other things, the kids are too tired to. I was seeing a law yesterday. Say Great Britain, the other parties, say when they win the coming elections, they will ensure that people from 16 years old will not have phone. I mean, will not be on social media. I think it's considered the Labour Party also in England. Back in the country, you see, if you went there, you see the team that came in afford. Some of their parents don't even afford nothing, but the one say the one I have phone. You see them talking to one. I was even blasting at my uncle daughter when I went, Marie. So she had big phone she wanted. The reason why I took the phone for her because she's extremely smart and she needed other means in order to get other loud. She needed some Android phone. I took an Android from Samsung for her. I took a Samsung phone for her because she's extremely smart. She graduated high school now. She's in college and all those things. But the younger one, the demands more. And we've got to stop some of these things. Give those that are smart, got the opportunity to learn, promote them, push them forward. That's what we want to do, and that's what we intend to do. So I will close on this. Thank you, gentlemen, for following the show tonight. Thank you, everybody. Nora, thank you for your comments. We always enjoy your support to the closing argument. All of those that are following us tonight, we just want to say thank you. Miss, I started getting emotional a little bit because of that little boy situation. He said there were three, another person, the other person come there. That is unacceptable. That is immoral. That is barbaric. That is an abomination. To perpetrate those kind of unthinkable and heinous crime against a young 15-year-old boy from a grown-up man, it's sad. You know. So, but we that call it a day, and tomorrow I'm gonna have much to say. Thank you, and have a very pleasant Monday night, and the rest of us will pray that God continue to bless Liberia, and will bring the kind of a leadership that will begin to set in the system and enforce the law without no fear of failure. When things are this way, it should be done that way. It should not be done to protect those that are part of the status code. And when it's done the way, protect those that are not part of it. No, there should be one set of system of the law. And that set should be blinded. It should hit anybody that will come in conflict of the law. And if the investigation is done that it is Pewee. Pewee is close as a surrogate to the government or close to people in the government. Pewee should be hit because Pewee violated the law. If that's the case, the country will start to move forward and the people will start to trust the system. And the system will start to run the country and everybody will be, well, not all will be 100%, but if people are 85% okay with the system, then we're on course. Have a very wonderful night, everybody. Myean, are you there? Myean is not here. Good night.